Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer, Burnett, and Dave Parker. They're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Yeah, it's me, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, Robert Meyer Burnett. Let me tell you, I'm gonna flat out just say it right now, people. I'm abusing my prerogative, my privilege, as the viceroy of verisimilitude, as the man, the impresario of this channel, that this YouTube channel, which used to be the Burnettwork, now the Post-Geek Singularity, named after you. I am going to take this show, Midnight fucking Metal. Dave Parker ain't here. I'll flat out say it. He's not here. You know what he's doing? Dave Parker, I swear to God, I kid you not, Dave Parker is out of state directing a movie for Charlie fucking Band. Dave Parker is making, wait for it, perhaps the most metal fucking thing he could be doing. It's so fucking metal. Dave Parker is making a Puppet Master adjacent movie. That's right. That's what Dave Parker's doing right now. Dave Parker is making a Puppet Master movie for Charlie Band now. So we ain't here. If you, it's a bait and switch, people. I'll tell you right now, bait and switch. Not only is it a bait and switch, but you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to talk about Star Trek. That's right. I'm going to use this platform to talk about the one thing that Dave Parker has forbidden me to talk about. As a matter of fact, this show could jeopardize my entire relationship with Dave Parker. He might never come back to Midnight Metal. Or Midnight Musings, didn't even change the graphics. He could get very upset with me. Because I'm going to talk Star Trek tonight. What are you going to do, Dave? I could send you a link. If you're up, it'd be your, sixth day of directing. You're probably exhausted. Why would you want to come on the show? If you want to, I've thrown out links. If you want to come on, you can. You can come on this show. And I'm going to make it so multiple people can come on the show if you want. You want to talk about Star Trek? I've thrown out some links to some celeb guests, but they were both very busy tonight. I understand. I get it. But I've got my dogs here with me tonight. And we're going to talk Comic-Con. We're going to talk Star Trek. Star Trek Picard. Look at this. They released character posters today of the principal cast of Star Trek Picard Season 3. Which, by the way, I've been speaking very highly of. A lot of people think I'm now a paid CBS shill, which is interesting because the head of the Star Trek brand, John Van Sitter's, not a fan of mine. He used to be. We were big pals until, of course, Axanar, and now, of course, my critical stance on the Star Trek hostage crisis going on since 2009. But what's interesting about all of that is that I can't tell you why, can't tell you how, but I was given access to Star Trek Picard Season 3. And I will say, I loved it. 10 episodes of pure Star Trek bliss. You know, I can't really spoil it. What could that... I mean, who knows? What... I mean, I've spoiled Star Trek before. I covered Nicholas Meyer's SETI Alpha 5 miniseries here that they're going to turn into a podcast. Like, fuck. First of all, fuck you guys turning it into a podcast. Make the shit. It's 3 nights. Spend $10 million a night, $20 million a night. Go make it. Release it theatrically in IMAX. Shoot that shit. Make it happen. It's not that expensive. Do it. Do it as a podcast. It's Nicholas fucking Meyer. It's amazing to me. You've got Akiva Goldsman, who made iRobot and Lost in Space, and now he's working on Star Trek. They won't, like, he gets his shit made, but Nicholas Meyer made Star Trek 2 Time After Time and Star Trek 6. They won't, Day After. They won't let him, you know, make his SETI Alpha 5 miniseries, which is, by the way, really good, and I've covered it before. It's way better than any other Star Trek thing they got going, except Star Trek Picard Season 3. Terry Matalas, showrunner, the man who created the TV series adaptation of 12 Monkeys, which, by the way, is a terrific show. He, of course, was given carte blanche to do Star Trek Picard Season 3. Everyone was busy, I guess, apparently, because he made it awesome. Can't tell you why I know that. And today, they released, basically, all they did was a character, like, reveal, which is not a reveal because we already knew everyone was there. So here you go. Picard, Raffi, bringing back Raffi from Star Trek Picard Season 1 and 2. The only principal of those shows coming back. 7 of 9, Riker, Gates McFadden. And look at Worf. Pai Mei Worf. Kill Bill, Pai Mei Worf. Look at Pai Mei Worf. Worf is looking fucking metal in this show. And if you don't believe me, if you do not believe me how metal he is, let me assure you, Worf, the metal factor of Worf in this show is off the charts. I mean, Worf, I mean, come on, man. Here's a close-up of him, of an actual shot. This is a screen grab from the Star Trek Picard Season 3 character teaser that dropped today. Pai Mei Worf. Let me tell you about Pai Mei Worf, okay? Pai Mei Worf is one fucking metal dude. He is fucking metal. He's so fucking metal. When Worf is introduced, actually I don't want to tell you, but let's just say he's not an ambassador. He's not part of the Klingon High Council. He's basically James fucking Bond. Worf as James Bond. Come on! Fucking that's some metal fucking shit right there. Metal. He's metal. And when you see it, you'll see. And you'll be like, where's that show? Where is the Worf series? I'm sure if Dave Parker is watching this right now, he's like, cringing. Like, how can you pervert this show? How can you turn it into a Star Trek fest? Because it's my channel, Dave, and you're directing a Puppet Master movie. Which, by the way, I can't imagine something more metal than Dave Parker directing a Puppet Master movie. Which he's doing. Which, in my mind, is just about as metal as it gets. So anyway, let me read an article. I'm going to read an article about Star Trek Picard unveils final season teaser trailer and TNG portraits to Hall H at Comic-Con. That's right. Let's read this together. Dominic Patton filed this at 1 o'clock today, or yesterday. As long as you and your crew remain steadfast, you're never without hope, intones Sir Patrick Stewart's Jean-Luc Picard in the teaser trailer for the final season of Star Trek Picard that just dropped at Comic-Con. Watch it above. Featuring an array of characters from the fabled Star Trek The Next Generation series, rejoining their captain on what looks to be his final mission. Spoiler alert, there could be another. The 1-minute peek at the upcoming third season of Picard was the crescendo, in many ways, of Hall H's gathering. having first ignited the cavernous venue back in 2019 with the return of Stewart on Picard's inaugural SDCC panel. Saturday was a full circle of sorts for the X-Men vet, his past and present crew, and the show's EP, the 2022 Trek vs. Mega panel. Filmed back-to-back with the now concluded Season 2, the third and final season of Star Trek Picard is set to launch on Paramount Plus next year. Look at that. Pai Mei Worf. Kill Bill Worf. Pai Mei. Look at that. Come on, man. That is some badass shit. Geordie LaForge looking badass. To that end, with Stewart, TNG vet Gates McFadden, EP Rod Roddenberry on stage, Picard executive producer and Trek vs. Overlord Alex Kurtzman unveiled individual glimpses of the Season 3 cast today. Art featuring portraits of Stewart, McFadden, LeVar Burton, Michael Dorn, Jonathan Frakes, Maria Sirtis, Jerry Ryan, and Michelle Hurd's characters, who were also featured in the teaser trailer, were shown in the Hall H crowd, with great fanfare. Star Trek Lower Decks was there. There's Maria Sirtis, looking fly, Raffi. And look at Jonathan Frakes. How good does Riker look today? And Jerry Ryan, of course. It was announced in April that the TNG actors, some of whom already have been part of Picard in previous seasons, would be a part of the final seasons. Brent Spiner, who played Data on TNG and has been in Season 1 and 2 of Picard, will be back for Season 3 too. Why didn't they have a picture of him? I can't say, even though I know, but I can't tell you. Said Kurtzman about bringing the Next Generation crew back together, that pinnacle had to be earned per Stewart's suggestion. We didn't want to have cameos, but serious roles, says Kurtzman on stage at Hall H. The series creator continued, at the beginning of the season, the crew's in different places around the galaxy. Slowly, we see them come together. Patrick said, I want to do this show. I don't want to repeat old things, he added. About 3 seasons into the Next Generation, Stewart said, I realized that I was beginning to experience Jean-Luc Picard to a point where I didn't know where he began and Patrick Stewart left off. I don't think that's true, Patrick. I think that Jean-Luc Picard's a character, and I think that Patrick Stewart's a dude. And you, like you're playing a Shakespearean character, you should forget Patrick Stewart and play Jean-Luc Picard. That's just my thoughts. I was sold because the emphasis was on who is Picard, because we don't know, he said. As far as Season 3 is concerned, he's having to acknowledge that there was an incident in his youth that had shaken him so profoundly. In the villain that was created this season, about which Kurtzman remained mum, probably because he doesn't know because he hasn't watched it, except to say that she's a female, the writer's room took great inspiration from Khan. Kurtzman added that Jerry Ryan's 7 and 9 will be dealing with who her identity is and who the identity of Starfleet is and where she fits in. Star Trek Picard is produced by CBS Studios in association with blah, blah, blah. Terry Matalas is on board as showrunner for the 10-episode final season, back in person for the first time since 2019, whatever. So there you go. There it is. And I just want to say that, of course, that was all kind of bunk. Just whatever. Yes, so what happened was Terry Matalas, who, by the way, you know, I met via Twitter. People seem to think that I'm a shill. I will say this, can't say how, can't say why. But let's say I've experienced the vast majority of Picard Season 3, and I can say that it is a phenomenal season of Star Trek. It is amazing, and I would say that it is so vastly different from Picard Seasons 1 and 2 as to be almost unrecognizable if you were a fan of Seasons 1 and 2. I would say this. Showrunner Terry Matalas, again, the creator of the 12 Monkeys series, worked with Brandon Braga on Voyager and Enterprise, is pedigreed. Nikita has written a lot of great television. He was the showrunner, and he was basically given carte blanche because nobody else wanted to do it. And as Gaff said at the end of Blade Runner, Terry Matalas, he's done a man's job, sir. I hope they're not saying, she won't live. But then again, who does? That's not Terry, although he's probably thinking that because he worked his ass off. Star Trek Picard Season 3 is so far removed from Seasons 1 and 2 as to be almost unrecognizable. It was sad that Terry, I'm sure that either he didn't want to go or they didn't want him there, but Terry Matalas did a phenomenal job creating Star Trek Picard Season 3, which you might as well come on. It's TNG Season 8. I can say that. I know Mike McMahon, Lower Decks, all that. Speaking of Lower Decks, there was another announcement. Let's check that out. Oh, there's Paul Wesley. Paul Wesley. He's Diet Coke to Kirk's Coca-Cola. Star Trek Strange New Worlds and Star Trek Lower Decks plot crossover episode. First of all, they're not even the same time. They're theoretically they would be 100 years apart, but hey, whatever. Revealed at Comic-Con today, Paramount Plus is planning a major crossover episode for Star Trek Strange New Worlds and its animated original comedy series Star Trek Lower Decks. Because why not? The episode will occur during Star Trek Strange New World's upcoming second season. Series star Anson Mount revealed the news when Star Trek Lower Decks stars Tawny Newsome and Jack Quaid crashed his portion of the streamer's mega Star Trek Universe panel today. In this special crossover episode featuring both live action and animation, we'll see Ensign Beckett Mariner, voiced by Tawny Newsome, and Ensign Brad Boimler, voiced by Jack Quaid from Lower Decks, joining the USS Enterprise in Season 2 of Strange New Worlds. The episode will be directed by Star Trek The Next Generation vet Jonathan Frakes. Co-showrunner said EP Henry Alonso Meyer said the idea for a crossover episode was sparked by scribe David Reed, who also writes on Prime Video's The Boys. Strange New Worlds is based on the years Captain Christopher Pike manned the helm of the USS Enterprise. The series features fan favorites from Season 2 of Star Trek Discovery, Anson Mount as Captain Christopher Pike, Rebecca Romaine as Number 1, and Ethan Peck as Science Officer Spock. The series follows Captain Pike, Science Officer Spock, and Number 1 in the years before Captain Kirk boarded the USS Enterprise. Actually doesn't, because as we saw in the the final episode of Season 1 of Strange New Worlds, they couldn't resist. Captain Kirk has, in fact, boarded the Enterprise. The new Captain Kirk, Diet Kirk. Let's call him Diet Kirk. Diet Coke Kirk to William Shatner's Coca-Cola Kirk. Strange New Worlds also stars Jess Bush as Nurse Christine Chappell, Christina Chong as Leon Noonien Singh, Celia Rose Gooding as Cadet Noyota Uhura, Melissa Navia as Lieutenant Erica Ortegas, and Babs, I can't even pronounce that last name, but he's great as Dr. Mbenga. The series is probably the best character on the show, aside from Anson Mount as Pike, who's in a completely different show than every other cast member. The series is produced by CBS Studios, blah, blah, blah. First of all, how that's all going to work, they didn't really say that Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds are over 100 years apart, so it's time travel, animation, multiverse, whatever. It's not canonical. You know it isn't. You know it isn't. I know it isn't. But anyway, let's see. I have a super chat I want to talk to. Let's see who it's from. Here it is. It comes from Nightcrawler. Very excited for this new season, especially after your praises and the poster dropped today. Marvel dropped heat today with the Black Panther 2 trailer. I've got to say that Black Panther 2 trailer was fire. I don't know what's going on. I think we got a glimpse of Namor in there and all that, but man, that Wakanda Forever trailer was dope. Again, lot going on, lot to take in. Don't know what's happening, but as far as the teaser trailer goes, first glimpse of Wakanda Forever, that was a great trailer. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Can't wait to see what's happening. Don't know what's happening, but it looks great. Some old guy in Hawaii says Kirk Zero. Absolutely. Totally Kirk Zero. 100%. I can't argue with that. Totally Kirk Zero. Don't even know what to say about that, but he is Kirk Zero. I mean, Paul Wesley, I'm sure he's a really nice guy, but not my Kirk. here's the thing. Here's what I don't get. So, Star Trek Picard, as we have seen it, as we saw today, is, I will say this. I guess, I mean, it's a weird thing. Like, I'm not under any kind of NDA. It's not like I can't say anything. And I have experienced what I've experienced. So, thing is, in deference to the studio and in deference to everybody working on the show, I don't want to spoil anything. But I will say this. I'll flat out say, I've talked about it before, but I'll just flat out say it. I loved Star Trek Picard Season 3. At least what I experienced of it. Loved it. Like didn't just kind of like it. I loved it. In my mind, it is Picard. It is TNG Season 8. And it is one long story that is incredibly steeped in TNG and DS9 lore. That's right. That's what I said. DS9. Not going to get into why, but very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. And I loved it. There's so many deep cuts in it that I can't even. It's amazing. It got made as it was, and when I was experiencing what I experienced of it, I was incredulous as to how did this even get made? How was it even done? Like, how did they make that? How I don't know. And it's fucking metal. Star Trek Picard Season 3 is metal. So metal. Again, I mean, I can't really tell you why, but it is. And it's yeah. And all of the TNG characters, they've never been better. The acting, I mean, I swear to God, has never been better. I mean, it really hasn't. They've done a phenomenal job with all the actors, and they've given them a lot to do. I mean, everybody has been given a lot to do. Yeah. It's really, really good. But I have to say, I mean, I thought that the trailer that they released, we already know those characters. And again, I feel that, I mean, I understand it's more of an announcement trailer, but any Star Trek fan worth their salt already knows that we're getting the TNG cast back. So, and knowing that they could show a lot more than they did, I think, I mean, I know we're far out. It's February of 2023, and I get it. But I think that they do have lightning in a bottle, and I think they need to win over the fan base. And just telling people who's in it doesn't do enough. Our friend Swag Props, Cal, my man Cal, who made these for me. Swag Props. And by the way, he made these prop replica moon darts. I can't stop. I mean, he made a stand. I was going to put them up on my shelves or something for display. But I feel like I can't, whenever I get pissed or something, I either throw them at people or, actually I haven't done that because I don't want to break them. But Swag Props, man, look at this. Look at that. Look at the detail. Look at that. I mean, come on. Go to his Etsy store. Swag Props. S''WAK Props. I can't let these out of my sight. They're just I keep them here. I probably should put Conchu over behind me. I've got a little Moon Knight display, but look at this. This is all part of what he sent me. Come on, man. Swag Props does some great work. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's as if it was made out of Egyptian sand. It's incredible. Thanks, Swag. Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it. I love what you do. It's never far from my heart. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, there's some great stuff there. So Swag says he's been a member for 22 months of the channel. He says, yeah, but Raffi is still part of the crew. That's enough to make me wary. Me too. Not a big fan of Raffi's character. I will say this. The way she is incorporated into this season is pretty good. And the way she interacts with another principal TNG crew member is also excellent. So, can't say who, can't say what, can't say how, but we're talking great stuff. And that's all I can say. I mean, I can't. You know what can I tell you? It doesn't look like I was hoping to have some special guests tonight. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have them. So I'm gonna bring you guys as a Midnight Metal tradition. I'm gonna throw it in to. I'm gonna throw it out or throw it. As you all know, if you're interested in coming on the show, if you're a good microphone, here is the link. If you want to come on to tonight's Midnight Metal, it's in the live chat. We'll see. If you want to come on, maybe we'll see who shows up. You want to come on the show? Who knows? Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. And if you want to, you can. I'm going to bring you on. We'll see. We'll see who it is. We'll see who will come on. But there you go. You can come on this show and talk if you want to about Star Trek. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Look at that. Lael and aren't here, but hey, I'm here. Someone will take their place tonight if they want to and talk Star Trek, talk Comic-Con. We'll see who it is. Look who's here. Dave Miller's here. I'm going to put Dave Miller into the show. Dave Miller, are you feeling, first of all, let me ask you before I do this, or can I hear you? Oh, is that true? Well, is that, do you not have headphones on? Okay, you do. I can hear you. You sound good. I don't know why you're hearing double. You shouldn't. You know why you're hearing double? I'll tell you why. Because you're hearing the audio from the live show that you're watching right now. So, yeah, so you can mute that if you would. I'm going to bring you on. Are you ready? Are you ready to come on? Hang on, I'm going to bring you on anyway. You're going to tell us. Mute me now. Yes. All right, Dave. I'm going to bring you on. Dave Miller, the lad. Longtime friend of the channel. And now I believe, if I'm correct about this, Dave Miller, are you in San Diego? Can wait, hold on, hang on, let me bring you in. Please welcome Dave Miller to Midnight Metal. Dave!
Greetings,
welcome.
everyone.
You are live. You are live on Midnight Metal. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you're having me on. I do have one little San Diego
Now, first of all, hang
experience.
on. Were you, in fact, in San Diego? Have you been at Comic-Con?
Yes, I was there. I was there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday all day.
We got some old guy in Hollywood, that's me. Some old guy in Hawaii is going to come on too, but he's got to turn off his sound so we can hear him. So, Dave, tell us about your San Diego experience.
Well, I got to tell you, it was great. I was a little nervous that it had been diminished, but the show is so overwhelming that even if it was diminished like 50%, I'd still be overwhelmed. But I was.
Now, had you been to Comic-Con before?
Oh yeah, my first time was in 1992. Actually, I got my first real professional job at that 92 one as a cartoonist in comics, and first one was in 92, and I, intermittently, probably 4 years apart, I would go back, and I just had to go back this year because it's been gone for 2 years. I was gonna go 2 years ago, and then everything went to hell, which you will know.
Oh, I do. That is absolutely correct. So you had a good time. So tell us about your experience.
Oh, it was great. I got to. It's almost like a high school reunion, right? Because people you could live only like 50 miles away from, you'll have to go to a convention. It's Mark Wheatley was having he was a special guest this year, and I'm old friends with him. And I'm glad he got his due, and other people that I've just been wanting to meet up and in person. I went to the Dave Tismalchin panel.
Oh, I love him.
To the
I love Dave.
Trexperts panel. I went to the Roddenberry Entertainment panel where something was said that just kind of blew my mind. I don't know if you want to hear that. But,
oh yes, I want to hear it. Please, come on now. It's a Star Trek panel. Blow our minds. By the way, before you say that, hold that. I'm going to bring some old guy in Hollywood if he's ready. Let's hope he's not echoing. I'm going to bring some old guy in Hollywood on Midnight Metal. Some old guy, are you here? Can you hear us?
Yeah, should be working. Is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you. All right. Some old guy in Hollywood. I keep saying that. Some old guy in Hawaii. Meli Kaliki Maka. That's Merry Christmas. It's the summer. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, that's all I know. Kia ora, mate. Oh, wait, that's New Zealand. So, okay, David Miller, tell us what was said at the Roddenberry Star Trek panel that you don't feel you can share, but I'm asking you to share because it's Midnight Metal and you can share whatever the fuck you want on this show.
Well, it was kind of a pep rally because I don't think there was any really new announcements. It was stuff you could probably just read off the internet.
Yeah,
but they're
that
pushing the
pretty
new
much
stuff,
sums
right?
up Star Trek in
and
general.
Doing like
Nothing
real
new.
Spin on the new stuff.
Yeah. So what do they say?
People were very polite because for them to yell out. Well, this is the big thing that made me groan is that Claire Kramer, who was the moderator, she goes, the current shows are like the most Star Trek ever because they build on what came before. So you could say that Strange New Worlds is the most Star Trek ever. And you could say the original series was the least Star Trek ever because they built on nothing. And I went, what? that was I had to share that.
Some old guy in Hawaii. When you hear what David Miller just said, that was said at the Roddenberry panel, that the original Star Trek was the least Star Trek of all. Some old guy. What does that make you feel? How do you feel about that?
That's just kind of silly. I don't know.
Can we boost your matter gain? Can you?
Okay. What do you need?
Just need more volume on your mic.
Volume on my
You got
phone?
that, Dave.
Oh my God.
That's good. Sounds like a little.
No, I
little
just
bit.
got closer to it.
Oh,
Is that better?
it's better, but if you can get us louder, it'd be better. Or you can just project.
I could project. Okay.
That's pretty good. Okay.
Outdoor voice.
Yeah, you're good there. That sounds good.
Yeah, that was kind of nonsense. That was rationalizing. That's just I don't know. It's
well,
it's the
but
first
it does speak to what they hope to do, which is, all of Star Trek. They there's this weird mentality that we're going to get rid of all that. We'll just erase the idea of classic Star Trek, which would be awesome if we had Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul quality of writing, but we don't.
Well, yeah. Well, you don't have to get rid of the old Star Trek. You just have to build upon it, and it's everything. Everything that comes after is built on what came before. You can't just get rid of it all. Okay.
But why would you
really
want
wanna
to,
retcon
considering?
everything.
Yes, which.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, what's so weird to think about is that classic Star Trek, the original series, is in fact Star Trek. Everything is derivative of that.
Yeah.
So the
Everything's
only
built
thing
on
the most Star Trek of all is classic Star Trek, the original series. That's Star Trek. Everything else is a derivation of that.
Yeah.
I just told myself.
I don't.
Oh, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
I just told myself. I said to myself, I think she was riffing and just totally failed. Was trying to say something, good about the new stuff and just blew it.
Well, I mean, I think it's not that. I think a lot of people think that. I think a lot of people. That is something that it's weird. I mean, look, and there is. I will be the first to admit that classic Star Trek debuted in 1966 and ran to 69, and obviously it was canceled. And then we had the animated series in 73 and 74, and Star Trek the Motion Picture came out in 79, 10 years after the classic series went off the air. And I get it. But history has proven that classic Star Trek endures. History has already made its judgment.
Yeah,
The
there's
fact
never
that...
been
oh, go ahead.
a more successfully syndicated show, right? I mean, we don't do syndication anymore, but that was the template that everybody wanted to emulate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in terms of strip syndication, Star Trek was the most successful show. And coincidentally, in 1987, Star Trek The Next Generation was an experiment in syndication. It was also wildly successful. In the syndicated, it was a modern first-run, hour-long syndicated drama. And it worked so well that it changed the face of television forever, even for Paramount. I mean, after that, they did The Untouchables, they did War of the Worlds, they did Mission Impossible, they did all kinds of hour-long syndicated shows. I mean, before we only got like game shows and stuff like that, but Star Trek: The Next Generation. A lot of
those three, but...
yeah, well, Star Trek: The Next Generation proved that could work. So Dave, you were there today. I'm curious, what is the temperature of the fan base or the people that was there a palpable excitement for this stuff? I mean, they didn't announce a new show. You know, they announced a crossover.
Well, actually,
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Actually, I was. Actually, I wasn't there today. I was, there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's when I saw the run. But the people in there, you could feel that it was a pep rally, and everyone does want Star Trek to succeed. And there was, if someone said something they didn't agree with, there was very polite, very low grumbles, but no one's going to go, you suck, because that'd be like turning on your own family. So
sure.
I just got the feeling from, the people in the audience that they want Star Trek to succeed. They were there to support, even when they were, there'd be some grumbling, but overall, lots of applause. And it was a pep rally. And I'm sorry I wasn't there today, but just time ran out on me.
No, I understand.
But the only other thing I'd like to say that I learned this week was I found out that just recently King Kong has become public domain, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh, the original, the 1933 Willis O'Brien version of King Kong. It's interesting. I wonder.
I think the story that it was made.
The story, okay. So I wonder if that means, can anybody do King Kong, or do the rights, does Universal have? Because they've done the movie, they released the '76 remake, and of course Peter Jackson's version. That's interesting. That it's. I mean, more and more.
How does that work, though? How does that work? I mean, for things.
I think it's a case of like the
Dracula. Anybody can do stuff with those, right?
Well, like James Bond is in the public domain in Canada, but if somebody wanted to make a movie, Dan Janker or Eon would probably sue, because it would be very difficult to make a James Bond movie and not use derivative material that was in what. It's a very interesting thing.
Though.
Yeah, I mean the movies, and then of course Disney's dealing with Mickey Mouse and all that. It'll be interesting to see in the future what's going to happen with all of that stuff.
So you could write a James Bond novel, but you can't just necessarily make a James Bond movie.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Jamie Solis says, "Yo, what's up, Rob? Just saw Nope at the 70mm IMAX at the Universal. Thought it was cool. Did you see it? I've not seen Nope yet. I tried to get Elizabeth to go for date night, but we ended up going and doing something else. We went to dinner and dancing." Tom Jr. Jackson, we are all goof people, asks, this is a good question I would ask for both of you. What did you think of the Sandman trailer? Now, let me ask both of you, David and some old guy in Hawaii, did you guys see the Sandman trailer based on my favorite comic book of all time by Neil Gaiman, The Sandman? They dropped the trailer at Comic-Con. Did you see the Sandman trailer today? Did either one of you see it?
I saw it. I thought it was pretty good, but to be honest, I've never, even though I'm familiar with it, I've never actually read the comics. I've never gotten around to it.
All right.
I know it's awesome. I've never actually.
But you like the trailer?
Oh, I like the trailer. Yeah.
David, did you see the trailer?
I've seen the first one. I did not see the one today, but Neil Gaiman is apparently supporting it. He seems to be happy.
Yeah, he's involved.
What
He's
I've
involved with
seen
the show.
so far, it looks like it's gonna be good. If it's
I
got his seal of approval, I'm definitely giving it a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Sandman's my favorite comic book of all time, and it's literally a comic book about storytelling itself, the art of storytelling. And I thought the trailer looked great, and I'm very excited to see it. It looks like they're really actually covering the comics, like they're adapting. The first season is an adaptation of the first Preludes and Nocturnes, the first Sandman story arc, and that to me is very exciting, and I can't wait.
Yes.
It looks really, really, really good to me, and all the casting looks great. I know that some people were upset because they've changed to me, the Endless, the Endless, the family that's at the core, the Endless, dream, desire, delirium, death, destruction, delight, destiny, all of the Endless can look however they want. So it doesn't matter to me that like Death is being played by a black actress. I saw a photograph of her sitting on a park bench, which is right out of the story The Sound of Her Wings, which is Sandman issue 8, when we meet Death, and I'm like, yo, that picture of her was right out of the comics. And I'm like, oh my God, I got a chill seeing that photograph. And I'm like, okay, count me in.
I mean, how deeply involved is Gaiman on it? I mean, if
He's a producer on it, and he's a
then-
writer
then
too.
I'm not gonna. I wouldn't dream of basically overriding him saying, no, that's not what it should be. If he signs off on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let me ask you, Dave, you're in Washington, D.C., right?
Correct.
And some old guy in Hawaii, I would assume that's not just your name. I would assume you're actually in Hawaii.
Yes.
What island are you on in Hawaii?
I'm on Oahu.
You're on Oahu. So, you know, if I'd be a Howley Broth surfing the North Shore if I was on Oahu. You know, I've been on Oahu a lot. I love Oahu. It's a great island. I've actually been all around Oahu, everywhere. I love it. Now, let me ask both of you, first of all, let me ask you, some old guy in Hollywood, and I keep saying Hollywood, Hawaii, what is the temperature as far as, how are things in Hawaii? In terms of COVID, in terms of the United States, America, what is the feeling like in the most laid back, you know?
COVID's a little bit on the uptick like everywhere else right now. It's kind of a backburnered thing, but the health department is trying to keep everybody aware. There's an election going on. The guy who's running for governor the lieutenant governor is a doctor and probably the most vocal and most sane about the whole thing during the crisis. So there's that. The rest of the country, I mean, we have the whole Roe v. Wade thing and all that kind of stuff and the hearings, but I don't know. I've been trying to stay away from it. Otherwise, I'll drive myself nuts.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. It's Hawaii.
Right.
We have our own issues here.
Yes.
People are more concerned about housing and light rail and stuff like that, and the cost of living and all that. And gas is a big deal too.
And the between Larry Ellison, you know, buying one of your islands,
by Lanai, yeah, he
kicking
lives Lanai.
everyone off. I mean, it's a weird. I mean, I love Hawaii. I the first time I went there was back in the '70s. I went to Maui, and then since then I've been to Kauai. I've been to the Big Island. I've been to Maui. I've been to Oahu. I've been to Lanai and Molokai. And
you've been to 2 islands I haven't been, and I've been born and raised here. But
wow, really?
Yeah, I haven't been to Molokai yet. And I haven't
Well,
been to
Molokai is
Lanai.
like a day trip kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, it would have been if I actually got to ride on the super ferry before they judged it bad and got rid of it. A judge threw it out, said the APA environmental impact statement wasn't properly done, and they had to shut it down. But I went to Maui. I drove my own car and went to Maui and spent a week there and came back. And so
Maui was the first place I went. The sliding sands of Haleakala.
You can get up there, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
If you can get up there when it's not cloudy, yeah, the sunrise up there is amazing.
Oh, and I have to say that the last time I was there was, I want to say 2014, 2015. I was on the Big Island and going up to the volcano, the national park. It's the closest thing to being on an alien world I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I haven't been to
I
Iceland yet.
I was there in about 2015, yeah, and got the flu on the way back.
Well, that's not good.
I didn't know it was the flu until I said, "Mom, take me to the." When I got home, take me to the hospital. No, you're not having a heart attack. It's the flu. Here you go. After which I never missed a shot. So.
Well, David, what are things like in Washington D.C.?
Well, it's almost schizophrenic. I mean, you've got a real cross section of people, and also being in DC, you're getting a little Southern Maryland, a little Northern Virginia, and you got people that are very blasé about it. But also at my work, we had a mini epidemic where 7 people got it on my floor. Had to call out sick for 7 people, which really kind of impacted our workforce. Myself, I'm been pretty lucky. I don't think I've had it. And if I had, I might have misinterpreted it as a cold, but I'm vaxxed and I follow protocols. I have to because I'm a federal employee, and if I don't, I won't get to work.
Right.
So it's, I get good motivation to follow protocols. But there's, it's a real cross section. Some people are very blasé about it. Some people are very mindful of protocols, and I'm kind of in the middle where I'm just, I like to think I'm, careful but still living a life. So far, I've been pretty lucky. We'll see what happens.
What about politically in terms of Washington, D.C.? I mean, obviously the January 6th hearings are just wrapped up, and we're going into the midterms. There's a lot of, politically, Roe v. Wade. I mean, the Supreme Court's talking about rescinding rights, no more same-sex marriage. I mean, it's a lot of craziness. I mean, this is the first time in my life that our own Supreme Court is now taking away rights that have always existed since I've been alive. Well, same-sex marriage was something new, but
yeah. Yes. About the Supreme Court, I'll say this real quickly. This is the time. I don't think it's a case of like they put in like-minded philosophical people. I really think these are just guys on the take. Like they don't have any philosophies. It's like you get to be a Supreme Court judge, and you do what we say, and that's probably actionable what I just said there. But I'm a federal employee, and I had to drive into work on January 6th. When I was trying to get into my parking lot, I saw this guy walking by with a 9-foot flagpole over his shoulder, which could have been used as a weapon for all I know. But it was one of those, one of the rioters walking home after the riot. And I work in the government printing office, and all that stuff that's said on the floor, I get to read a lot of that stuff because we print it and have to proofread it. And sometimes it's overwhelming. Sometimes I have to take a break from it. Everything's heightened to the nth degree right now.
Right.
There's no middle ground, no hand across the aisles. And I just think it's the oligarchs. And I know you want me to take off my tinfoil hat right now, but
no, I don't. I mean, I just ask you that. I mean, it's look. I mean, I think that we are living in a very strange. I mean, as a lifelong Star Trek fan, and as somebody who is inherently optimistic, I find our world today, especially America today, to be a very strange place. In that, I feel that it's so weird to live in a place where we used to forge the future, and now we've become a nation that wants to not go forward, but to go back to a time that never existed. It's sort of bizarre to me. It's a really weird.
I just think they want us.
Yeah. It is decidedly unmetal.
I think they just want us. Yes, I think they just want us at each other's throat, because then we won't work together and see, where the real problems are.
You basically divide everybody up and make them punch down, and ignore the fact that the real problem is the folks up top who want to control everything.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. The funny thing is control, and I think that's a bill of goods that we're always sold, but the dogs are barking. But the question is, to control what? Like we have, I mean, right now, people that want to deny climate change, look at where we're at. Lake Mead is the bodies are being exposed. We have a massive climate crisis that's happening right in front of us. And the effects of global warming, it's the same people that believe in the flat earth, and the whether it's QAnon or Trumpism or all this bizarre stuff. To me, it's like, to me, you know what? It's people that don't actually want to do the work. It's almost easier. Like, if you want to believe in these various conspiracy theories or whatever, you don't have to do anything. You can just, if you buy into this tribe, they will give you something to believe in, and then suddenly your life is fulfilled. And to me, I'm like, look, that's the easy way out. I mean, life is tough, man. And I was watching. I love the end of The American President, where Michael Douglas plays President Andrew Shepard, and he gets up and he's like, yeah, that speech. He's like, you've got to want it.
You got to want it bad.
You got to want it bad, and that's what he says. And he's like, Bob Rumson.
Advanced citizenship.
Yeah. If you want to be, you've got to want it. You've got to work. And I feel like nobody wants to do the work. And I make TikTok videos, okay, or I'm talking on YouTube like right now. And working it's hard. It's rough. And I feel that a lot of people just don't want to take the time or do the work that's required. And it's strange to me because as we're seeing now with the heat, which, by the way, every year it's just going to get worse. I figure I'm lucky I might have 30 years left on the planet if I'm good. I'll be an old decrepit man barely hobbling around if I can live that long. But still, what's the summer going to be like 30 years from now? Is it going to be 140, 150 degrees? And
it's really funny you should say that.
Why is that?
When I left San Diego this morning, it was like 70 degrees, and when I got to DC, it was almost 100. I was like, oh my gosh, what a shock.
We're not seeing the heat, but what we're seeing is we had some really high king tides lately, and we have issues with receding shoreline, and a lot of citizens on the North Shore, their properties are falling into the sea, and they're upset because the city and county and the state won't let them do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. We're getting all kinds of these things, and the funny thing is, it's not like we didn't know this was happening. It's like it's been happening for a very long time.
It's an awful lot of short-term thinking.
Yeah, which is what America's become.
Yeah, and that's everything is what's convenient, what's right in front of me. I'm not going to worry about it, or I don't understand that, so I'm not going to even think about it.
Yeah, which I don't understand, to be honest. And look, back to the original subject, which is Star Trek. I feel that.
Good.
Well, I feel that I watched yesterday the last 3 episodes of For All Mankind. Episodes 8, 9, and 10. They haven't come out yet, but the reason I was able to see them is my friend Bill Hunt got screener versions for the press. And so I went down to his house in Irvine. He has a 128 screen and Dolby Vision 4K, big thunderous surround sound system. We watched the last 3 episodes. And what's really interesting to me, For All Mankind is the Star Trek of today. And there's a lot of people that criticize the melodrama in that show. But the point of the show to me is the fact that you have the everyman, us. It's not, Star Trek is about the elite. It's about it used to be, about the best of the best, people that are trained to go out and be on the final frontier. And while For All Mankind is about the best of the best, it's still just ordinary people that are involved in doing extraordinary things. So you have to juxtapose the extraordinary with the ordinary. And some people, the melodrama, what's funny about For All Mankind is they really push the melodrama right to the edge I mean, sometimes it's almost soap opera melodrama, but then they just when it's about to go too far, they bring it back to the science fiction, real space aspect of what you're watching, and then suddenly the reality of the human characters' lives suddenly are secondary to whatever problem or whatever's happening in space. And the last 3 episodes on Mars of the show do a very good job of balancing all the character stuff that they've been building over 3 seasons. And there is a. Do you guys watch For All Mankind? Do either one of you watch it?
It's on my. I'm going to watch it next. Now that you mentioned, I finally got caught up on The Boys. So
Oh,
I can
okay.
watch that. In fact, The Boys is like, it's like what's going on in the real world.
Oh my God, the
Just
Boys is
exaggerated. Or is it?
yeah. The Boys is
Oh.
it's so political. It's so savvy. That show is so.
So
But I would say
do
this.
think
I
it
mean,
is.
For All Mankind is as well in a different sort of a way, and
Yeah.
there is a phenomenal. I don't know if you'd call it a twist, but because it's something that they, if you are an astute viewer of For All Mankind, if you watch it very closely, there's so many even deep cut things that they pay off. And there is something that happens at the end of episode 9, going into the penultimate episode of the season. There's a phenomenally shocking twist at the end. But it's not a twist in the sense that it doesn't even necessarily relate to our main characters. It's just a twist in the whole situation of the show.
Are you
that-
saying the groundwork was laid early on, though?
Yes.
basically?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
laid. It was laid early on in the season in a very subtle way. And literally when it happened, I was like, wait, what? I mean, it was, I literally was like, what?
Are we
It was
talking-
great. It was great.
We're talking Doctor Who levels of laying pipe ahead of time.
Yeah, kind of, if you're paying
Yeah,
attention.
I mean, the whole River Song thing. which
It's
was like-
different. It's
yeah.
different than the
No, it's
River
different,
Song
but
thing.
The idea is that was laid out several seasons ahead. And it's
Oh
just
yeah.
like,
Well,
wow.
this was laid out in this season, but it was laid out in a very. I mean, it was kind of secondary, is adjacent to
Yeah,
what's.
it was. It didn't draw. It was there. It was important.
Yeah.
It wasn't throwaway, but you didn't pay attention to it probably.
It would know.
You- yeah, you
And
didn't go,
when it
"Ah,"
happens,
you
it
go,
was it was pretty great. It
All
was,
right, now something to look forward to.
but I do think that's. I think
Sounds
that's,
great.
Oh, it's great. But I think that's a problem that, like, where we're at now as a country, we're all over the place. Like I'm a little bewildered as to where we're at and what we're about and what we're doing. And I
Well, I
don't
feel
know.
I don't know where we're going and this is
I just
for the
think in
first
the-
time in a long time. It's like, okay, I have no idea how this is going to work out.
Yeah.
Usually I've been optimistic. I'm going, okay, I can kind of see the arc of history bends this way. Now I don't know. It's is it the Chinese proverb? May you live in interesting times.
Well, we're certainly there.
So yeah, I can only do what I can do. Worry about what I can change and try not get worked about things I can't. Okay?
Mm.
Or at least that's the way you should look at it.
What were you going to say,
I
David?
just feel like in the last 30 years, I would say this country's had it really great. And,
Yeah.
adversity does make a sharp edge to your blade. And I think that's, when all these people are being kind of approached by their biases to get their vote. And I think that's what, I've kind of dropped my idea because I'm losing my vocabulary right now. But I just think everyone's just thinking about themselves. No one's seeing how if we help each other, it's like the equilibrium in a beautiful mind. If we help each other, then we're helping ourselves. But now it's every man for himself. And I think that's the problem. It's just the me
I actually
generation.
think we've been going
now,
downhill for the last 30 years. We just haven't realized it until very recently when you had COVID, and you had supply stuff, and you had Trump and Roe v. Wade and all this stuff. And all of a sudden the stuff is coming due. I mean, when you think about the fact that the minimum wage hasn't gone up since 1991, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it were actually
but the prices weren't
par.
jacked up as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
minimum
that's
wage
true too.
had kept pace with inflation and with productivity. It should be around $27 right now, but nobody would go for that. I would, but nobody else would.
That's true.
But you notice there's an unofficial upping of the minimum wage. Just employers are just doing. They're going, okay, it's $15 if you can start for $15. So
it's still
not the
a
true
living
minimum wage,
We
but
just
they're like
upped ours recently. It's like it's gone up to 11. It's going to go up to 13 next year or something like that. But it's not where it should be. It's not a living wage.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys.
I agree.
Not getting too political. Back to Star Trek. How are you guys? Are you? First of all, let me ask you, Kevin. I know you're a huge Star Trek fan, aren't you? Oh, David. Did I say Kevin? David.
Oh, I think you said.
You said Kevin.
Oh, I'm not even talking to a
huge,
Kevin. I'm like, did I say Kevin? I was like, there's no Kevin here. There's. I was like, David.
Don't
call you Kevin.
In bed, okay?
I didn't know why I said that. So, David, you're a huge Star Trek fan. I mean, you build Star Trek props. You build Star Trek things. How do you feel about?
What's funny at that Roddenberry panel?
Yeah.
What's funny that Roddenberry panel is like when they started talking about what Star Trek influenced. All of a sudden, everyone started yelling out, "The Orville, the Orville!" And it's like, oh, we love the Orville. It's just so funny. But I'm hoping we'll go forward again with Star Trek. That we'll do like a series that's set 20 to 50 years after Next Generation, at least. But did you have a specific question, Robert?
No, I was just going to ask you. I mean, what do
fan.
you think of the state? Here's the thing. So, I was afforded an opportunity, let's call it, to experience Star Trek Picard Season 3 to a certain extent. And what I was amazed by is it is truly an extension of the Next Generation in every way, shape, and form. It's also to a certain extent a sequel to Deep Space Nine, but I can't get into why. And I was very interested because to me it was what we all want to see. We all want to see an extension of the universe that we know. And I found inexplicably Discovery and Picard and now Strange New Worlds, they don't feel real to me because the shows aren't even true to themselves. And I don't begrudge anybody who likes them, but I don't believe them. And while I like, Strange New Worlds is fun to watch or whatever, when I watch it, I'm like, I don't believe this. I don't believe the set design. I don't believe the dialogue. I don't believe the stories. I don't believe anything that I'm watching. Everyone loves Anson Mount. He's great. But nothing else. I mean, people can say,
right.
I like it. It feels like I don't believe those characters live in the 23rd century. I don't believe the way they talk. I don't believe the way the set design is because no one understands the interior design of a starship. I don't believe any of it. And modern, I can't buy into modern Star Trek in any way, shape, or form. Because nothing feels real, nothing feels authentic, and the characters are all. What's really interesting is in Strange New Worlds, if you watch it, when you watch the show, there are sequences between characters that feel like generic relationship drama dialogue that can be from any TV show that have just been transposed, like the in the Alien episode of Strange New Worlds. Uhura has a conversation with Hemmer, they're talking, and in the middle of this horrible experience that's going on, and they have this conversation about, well, here's how you feel about your life, and this is what you have to do. And I'm like, this could have been from any relationship drama on any TV show that they've just, a writer probably cribbed it from another script that they'd written for a different show, and they created a subplot out of this. And I'm like, we're in a horrible situation, and you guys are talking about the future, and it was so out of. That episode was horrible anyway. It was such the Gorns. It was the dumbest. It was one of the dumbest Star Trek episodes ever. Even though it makes no sense. I mean, the Gorn are a spacefaring race, and what that episode says is that They don't have parents? Like, these Gorns, are they going to go to school? They're like a spacefaring race that has more advanced technology than the Federation, and they've turned them into these generic monstrous villains, which they've basically turned the Gorn into aliens. And I don't think anyone actually watched Arena. They literally just ripped off Alien.
Can I just throw something in real fast? You just reminded me. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. I'm probably going to repeat what you say right now, is that they're trying to make it a mainstream, so there's more viewers and more income. So they're just making Star Trek how the normies think it looks like. But I've noticed a phenomenon now is, let's say that this Star Trek is great. I mean, for the sake of argument, let's just say Strange New Worlds is the best that's ever been done.
And a lot of people think it is.
You notice that it's behind the... Okay. But notice, it's behind a paywall. It isn't like when we were growing up where everyone in America could be exposed to it.
Right.
And I'll even say that for the Orville now. And it's like, let's just say, I mean, I was influenced heavily, for the better, I hope, by TOS and Next Generation. And, Spock was like my, proxy big brother.
Sure.
And
Kirk was to
a
me,
lot
certainly.
of people, and let's just say of course, and let's just say that this is the greatest Star Trek ever. A very small percentage of the population is going to be exposed to it because not everyone has the streaming service. And so that's another problem that I'm seeing. Although the big problem is, like you're saying, it's just populace. It's like, what's do people know? Let's shove that in there, even though we're breaking the Gorn or breaking any number of characters. So.
Well, what I really hate about modern Star Trek is the writing is just dumb. I mean, I'll flat out say it. It's really stupid, and it's written at the level of whatever any other show is. There's no understanding of science. There's no understanding of physics. There's no understanding of the universe. They have yet to show, and when they do have a halfway decent plot, it's stolen from something else. Like, they flagrantly steal from classic Star Trek, or stories like Ursula K. Le Guin's Those Who Walk Away from Eaglemoss, which Kurtzman says, oh yes, we borrowed from this story, but they don't give her credit. Like, the original Gorn story, Arena, was based on a story by a writer named Frederick Brown. They credit Frederick Brown in the original story. They are stealing. I mean, the whole idea of Pike knowing about his future is stolen from a Star Trek novel, Burning Dreams, by Margaret Wanderer Bonanno. And they're like, well, they own it, so we don't have to give credit. But I was talking to David Goodman, who's an executive producer of the Orville, and he's written Star Trek novels, and he is also the president of the WGA. And so if you create a character in television, and that character later becomes, like, if you created O'Brien, for instance, and then he later gets co-opted and brought on to Deep Space Nine, you get paid. You're a writer, you get paid for that character. Well, what's really interesting is there was a character that David Goodman, who's the president of the WGA, who's an executive producer of the Orville, he created a character in one of his novels, and I forget which one it is, that was later used by another writer. If that other writer writes them into a show, even though it was taken from someone else's book because Paramount owns it all, that writer can actually... So if you use Grand Admiral Thrawn, a character that Timothy Zahn created for Star Wars, the writers that use that, if it's not Timothy Zahn, if they bring that character Thrawn into the Star Wars universe, the first writer that brings Thrawn in and writes it into a script, that writer then owns Thrawn. As far as the WGA is concerned.
I don't know how that works. Okay.
Yeah, and which is insane. So if you write Thrawn and then Thrawn is later used, the first person to write it into a script, because it's owned by Disney, because they own it, it's licensed fiction. If a writer chooses to use that character, Timothy Zahn does not get money or credit. And that's fucking insane.
You know what the other tragedy though is? You can see millions of dollars up on the screen and the sets and the special effects, and writing is the cheapest part. Put some of that money and get some good writers, but I see so much beautiful work on the sets and the costuming, the special effects, all this money being thrown to a substandard show because the writing's not working.
Right. Yeah, and well, the real problem is, and we're living in an age of great television writing. Better Call Saul is terrific. The Boys is terrific. But you look at Star Trek, even the Orville has had some really great writing this season.
Well, Orville was outstanding.
Yeah, modern Star Trek is not. And modern Star Trek is dunderheaded and sort of brain dead. And it's a show that has ensorcelled people because Anson Mount is great. He's a handsome guy. And what's really funny about the Orville is you've got Spock, who was created by other people, and Ethan Peck does the best he can. And you've got Pike, but the rest of the characters are kind of these generically written female characters. And like, we don't, it's so weird. I mean, I understand they want to be inclusive and all that, but they haven't written the female characters to be great characters. And I mean, you look at Uhura, created by someone else. Sorry, go ahead.
And they're sidelining number one. Like, why is she even doing there when Ortega or the other one is basically making her redundant? They're the same character twice.
It's really, really, really bizarre. And I think the big problem with modern Star Trek is that they buy into their own myth that Star Trek has to be this inclusive show, and they don't understand that Star Trek was inclusive because it was a futuristic show, and that was what they thought the future would look like. Now it's like, we live in this world where we're forced to, we have to make these characters, we have to put these characters in, and while visually we can see like, there's inclusion here, but the writing is terrible and does not, the writing is not inclusive. The writing is not giving these people any kind of characters. Whereas you look at For All Mankind, in my estimation, has the best in terms of inclusion and in terms of people of color or LGBTQ stories or whatever. It is the most inclusive television show perhaps ever made. But because it's part of the show, it's part of the DNA. And when you watch it, you're like, yep. And then when they lean heavily into an issue-oriented thing, like, I will tell you this, episode 9, season 3, I cried. I was sitting next to Bill Hunt in his home theater. I had tears streaming down my face because of a situation, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, that had strong LGBTQ ramifications. And the way it was done, the show was so beautifully done, and I was bawling. Like, I literally had tears, involuntary tears. And it was amazing. And I'm like, wow, here's a show that knows how to do everything right. And it's no coincidence. It was co-created by Ron Moore, who started his writing career working for TNG in the 3rd season in the late 80s, in the 89-90 season.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica may still be my favorite TV series of all time. It's just so well done.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, gentlemen, it's been good to have you here. I'm going to bring some more people on, see if they want to come. So for anybody who wants to come on the show and talk, first of all, I want to thank you both. You guys have supported the channel for a long time. I want to thank you for that. It's great to have you. And Mr. Miller, you've done some really interesting Star Trek related things. You've built some incredible stuff that has been fun to watch the genesis of. So thank you both for being here.
It's been fun, yeah.
And we'll see who else shows up. All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, talk to you guys later. And that was pretty cool. So if anybody else wants to jump in here and talk, first of all, Kevin Morales says the Orville is the best modern Trek show. Well, I would say the Orville is its own thing, even though it's definitely an homage. Here's the link if anybody wants to jump on the show and have a chat. Wow, I'm bringing myself here. I will bring you guys on. If you got a decent camera and a decent microphone, you can jump on tonight's Midnight Metal and have a conversation if you want to. So there it is. And come on, don't be shy. If you want to talk some Trek, you want to say anything you can or whatever, I'm willing to do that. And, of course, obviously, the tip function, the Super Chat feature is on. So if people want to do that too, of course, you can jump on the show for free. But yeah, so you can do whatever. If anybody, no one's jumping on. What are you all shy? It's late night, although it's only late night on the East Coast or West Coast of America. By the way, tomorrow, for those of you who don't know, I will be at Comic-Con tomorrow, and we will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of Starship Smackdown, a ridiculous panel we started as a joke that has continued on, and my God, we're still doing it. So come by tomorrow, 2:45. I don't know exactly where, but if you're at Comic-Con, we will be there. We'll see. So anyone, where? No one's jumping on. Hang on, maybe they can't. Maybe I'll let me. Oh wait, let's see who we got. Maybe they can't. Let's see who's here. Captain Robert April. Yeah, there you go. Hang on. Hang on. And Andy. I got Captain Robert April and Andy. Andy, can you hear me? All right, so I got Andy. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm good. Are you both ready to come on board? Let me add Captain Robert April, canonically Robert April, and Andy to the show. Two gentlemen who have a history with this program. Hang on, let me put you in. Put you in, coach. Hold on. I'm just going to get rid of these other things. And I'm going to add, first of all, I'm going to add Captain Robert April. And I'm going to put you in. And let's see what's happening. So Captain Robert April. And you look very captain-like, Robert April. I just myself, I trimmed my beard today. It's good. It's good. So hang on. And Andy, let me put you in too. And you both have been here before. Yes. It's been a while. It has been a while, but it's good to have you. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Andy is in the center square and Captain Robert April is off to the right. So you are both here. Welcome to Midnight Metal, gentlemen. First of all, let me ask you both. Andy, where are you coming to us from right now?
From Argentina, man.
Argentina. Now, I have to say, Andy and I go way back. Andy, you acquired something for me.
I've acquired something from you?
Yeah, didn't
I sent you something.
Yes, you sent me something, and you sent me an Argentinian film that I looked.
You got it, man?
Yeah, dude, I got it, bro.
Yeah, because I didn't know, because, things happened that your channel was not as active as always, and now it's reactivated, so I'm very happy for that. But I never knew if you got the movie, you know.
Then I apologize for that. Yes, I did. So Andy sent me there is a film that I was looking to see called Morbius. That was about did I say Morbius? Mobius. Like a less. It's not Morbin time, it's Mobius, like a Mobius loop, and it was about the train system in Argentina. It's a genre film. It's pretty great, and you were able to get me a copy of it on disc, and yes, I have it. So Andy, thank you. It might have been a long time coming to give you my appreciation, but you acquired it for me, and it was a movie that a friend of mine had sent me a screener like 15 years ago or something, and it disappeared, and I liked it, and I couldn't find it, and people were like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "No, you found it."
It was such an obscure movie, even from Argentina, because it's not like we make so many science fiction movies here. We make dramas or romantic comedies or stuff like that. It's not like we have the budget to make science fiction movies, but this was a small movie with a pretty interesting story, and it didn't require that many special effects or production or whatever. So it was a very interesting event. I told you on an email that I thought after I watched the movie for the first time that it was a very Star Trekian kind of story.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No, it really was, and I thank you. I have it. I have a copy of it now in physical media, and it's what's weird is it's a movie that never got released in the United States. And it reminds you of the fact that the world, all around the world, there are very interesting movies getting made, and we never get to see them here in America. And it's kind of a shame. And one of the reasons I love Netflix is they're always bringing foreign movies.
Yes.
That we don't get to see, and it's funny because everyone's like hammering Netflix now, but I love Netflix, and I love Netflix. I mean, so on the John Campy show this week, we do this show called Best Movie, Worst Movie.
Right.
And we talked about disaster movies. And I talked about the movie The Swarm from 1978. And fact checker Jonathan said to me, he said, "Well, there's another movie from 2020. Is it that movie?" And I said, "No, it's not that." But then I looked it up. And that movie, the 2020 movie, is a French horror film called The Swarm. That's about a woman who raises locusts. And I had not watched it. I didn't even know it existed. And I watched the trailer, and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." Now I haven't watched the movie yet, but it's there. So Andy, I want to thank you for that. Now, Captain Robert April.
Wasn't Michael Caine in the other one?
Oh yeah, Michael Caine stars. Yeah. He's the star of The Storm. So Captain Robert April. Now, where are you coming to us from now?
We're in the wilds of Denver suburbs. Finally, after 5 years, 3 months, and an odd number of days, we've got off the streets or into an apartment.
And so how is that?
Having to deprogram ourselves from living in the field for long.
Sort of things good?
Well, I'm getting stuff out of store. This is my original G.I. Joe from the 70s, dressed in a, what was Captain Pike's outfit when they had the 12-inch masterpiece thing there. The boots from Han Solo.
Nice. So,
and I'm getting all my own little stuff rotary. I got a William Hartnell mug with a bunch of sonic screwdrivers sticking out of his head.
So let me ask you,
just said hello.
How do you feel about the state of Star Trek right now?
Oh God, I referred to many of my videos on that one, especially the last one I did with the state of the franchise.
Well,
the only shows I consider actual, honest to God, Star Trek are the animated ones.
You mean Lower Decks?
Lower Decks and Prodigy. And Prodigy the jury's still out on that. They got a few questions answered. But there was a tease at the end where it's okay, that's a Tellarite. He looks like a Tellarite, so maybe they'll explain why this supposed Tellarite character looks like a Talaxian. Okay.
Maybe.
But at least now, okay, they do know the difference. Okay.
But now, why do you feel that way?
Lower Decks, when they do the references, they know what they're doing. Because Mike, my man, is a huge fan.
Right.
So he starts to focus on it. It's because the people work on the show. Never mind the cavalcade of executive producers that Kurtzman brought along. They do that so they can get paid on everything, whether they write it or not. But the people who actually work on the show are huge fans. They love being in Star Trek. They make a point of playing with every toy in the sandbox they can.
Sure.
So I said they not only don't contradict canon, they reinforce it every time they change. We finally get a reference to the 40-foot Spock from Infinite Vulcan.
Right.
Animated shows getting all kinds of love on that show.
No, totally. Totally.
And I just saw a thing on Trek Yards where McMahon and 3 other guys. They brought in the Okudas for an assist on designing the Orville and tweaking it a bit.
No, I mean absolutely, and they should. I mean, it's so weird that the modern Star Trek. I mean, there's very much who should work on these shows and who. By the way, this is an interesting question. Brian Al Singleton says, Rob, your thoughts on Eaglemoss's downfall? You rock. So for those of you who don't know, Eaglemoss was a collectible company that I was in the process. They made Starship miniatures. They republished Star Trek comic books in beautiful hardcover and stuff, and they did part works, which means part works. They would release like once a month. You get 4 issues a week, and they would give you a magazine with a bunch of parts to something that you could build, like the Ghostbusters Ecto 1. That was
really
1/8.
Enterprise D.
Yeah, 1/8 scale. I was in the middle of getting the Enterprise D. It was going to be about $2,500 totally over the course of like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And so they would send you parts, and I was about $1,000 in, and Eaglemoss made Starship models. They abruptly went out of business. They declared bankruptcy, and so my $1,000 for the Enterprise D, poof. And anybody that worked, I know a lot of people in Star Trek that were working for Eaglemoss, designing starships and all that, and it just and they've been mismanaged for quite some time, and it's a British company. They've gone into receivership.
And I'm guessing you still need the secondary hull and one nacelle, right?
Yes, pretty much, and the
So
bottom.
when a guy is building it,
And the bottom of the saucer section. So, as somebody said to me, Rob, look at it this way: you can build a Generations version where you can just have the saucer section, buy a miniature train set of a landscape, and just stick your saucer section.
I think I'd rather do a space dock and have it. It's under construction. That's why.
Viridian 3. I mean, it's really unfortunate. Hopefully, maybe somebody will come along. I don't think I'll get the rest of my Enterprise, but maybe somebody will come along, and it's kind of a bummer. I hate it. I mean, I don't know, Andy, do you know anything about Eaglemoss? Did you collect any starships from Eaglemoss?
Unfortunately not, but it's not because I don't want. It's because in this country it's almost impossible to collect anything that comes from another place. Now, I always watch your channel and everything you collect, man. In some parts, I'm very envious that you get to get all this stuff, which is great. But in some other areas, I don't have to complain that much because my country is not so bad. It's just bad for importing shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I want to get a hot dog, I need to get 3 more jobs or stuff like that. I get pretty much, I don't get low money, but yeah, it's pretty much that. I can give you an example. Because I was thinking about this the other day. Now, the minimum wage for the U.S. is around $3,500 per month or something like that, maybe, right? So, in Argentina, you get like around 60,000 pesos or something like that. If you want to get a hot dog, it's like 150,000 pesos.
Oh man.
You have to get 2 wages to get 1 hot dog. So just imagine if every time you want to buy a hot dog, you need to spend around $5,000. Just imagine that, man. And then start buying with.
I can't. The flip side is Argentinian women are hot as fuck. So, I mean,
I'm almost married to one.
I mean, let me just say, I mean, in Argentina, you have hot toys walking around your country. Yeah. I mean, I
don't want to complain that much because that's one flaw, but I'm pretty good here, so don't worry about me. I'm doing okay about that.
Yeah, I mean,
I wanted to say something.
Yeah,
I'm
please.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Argentina.
You were talking about the Star Trek and the modern Star Trek and all that, and I wanted to give my opinion about one thing. I respect your opinion, Rob, so much about everything you say about Star Trek. I don't know if you're always right or not, but I respect your opinion so much that I refuse to watch new Star Trek. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's good or bad. What I know is I will not watch it. With one exception, I don't know. You're talking this much about Picard season 3. I don't know who I'm talking to. Is this like an alternate reality or something like that?
Okay.
Man? I don't know what I'm hearing since you start, giving your opinion about that. Are you crazy? Is it something you're drinking something different or something like that?
Okay. Here's what's very funny to me. Without saying, I guess I can just say that I watched all 10 episodes of season 3 of Picard.
Okay.
And let me say that the reason I was able to do that was a very roundabout European involved way to see Picard season 3. Now it's not done, and as you watch it, I was surprised at how done a lot of it was.
Yeah.
And they're still making it. They're still making it. For me, it was shocking. When I was watching it, it was so different than seasons 1 and 2. I mean, it was like, I'm like, first of all, I was like, how is this possible? And from what I understand, what's interesting is that showrunner Terry Matalas is a guy that I don't know him. We conversed on Twitter, and he seems like a great guy, even though he's blocked people that and I understand he's beleaguered. And basically, here's what I've gathered from him is that, Picard seasons 1 and 2, everyone moved on. People in television, they move on. They're making different shows. So by the time season 3 rolled around, he became the sole showrunner, and he's old school. He worked for Brandon Braga, on Voyager and Enterprise, and basically he's a huge Star Trek fan. And he basically made the Star Trek show he wanted to make, and it's canonical to TNG. He's like, I want to make an extent. It's so different from Picard season 1 and 2. Like, and I think I've said this before.
Follow up from season 1 or 2 from Picard is like a reboot or what?
It's, you know what? It almost is. Like, aside from the character of Rafi, you might as well not even. It doesn't even really reference season 1 and 2 of Picard.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
It is totally. And since it's late night and it's almost 2 a.m, imagine here's how it opens. Here's how episode 1 of season 3 of Picard opens. It's at Chateau Picard that we've seen in seasons 1 and 2, but imagine that they didn't exist. You're just at the chateau that you remember from Family. Now Laris is there, Romulan, the hot Romulan chick. Laris is there, and it's like Picard's moving. They don't really. I don't quite. I mean, maybe there's ADR or something, but I don't. He's like moving. He's packing his shit up, like he's gonna leave. And so Laris goes away. I love you. Like they're in a relationship or whatever. And I believed from what I saw that he was maybe moving to New Romulus with Laris or going. He's going somewhere. He's packing up his shit because he's talking about like sending a painting to Geordi and I'm leaving. And as he's sitting at his desk, you hear a very familiar chirp, like, it's like, that's a communicator chirp. And Picard's like, what is that? He's looking around and he starts looking through boxes and he opens up a box and there is his old Next Generation uniform from season 3 on. And it's his old comm badge, his old communicator, from Star Trek The Next Generation. And it's chirping. And he doesn't know why. And he takes his comm badge out and he's looking at it and the computer analyzes it and the computer says, this is, I forget what it's called. This is a something, something, something protocol that Picard doesn't recognize. Doesn't even know what it is. And so then it cut to the next scene. Riker and Picard are at a bar together. And they're having this conversation, and Picard's like, I don't know what this is. I don't know. I've analyzed it. It says it's this kind of a transmission. And Riker's like, well, of course you don't know what it is, because we created it while you had been kidnapped by the Borg and you were Locutus. We needed a way to be able to communicate ship to ship and with Starfleet that you didn't know, because you would know everything. The Borg would know everything. So we created this transmission protocol that you didn't know. Now, I'm watching this and I'm thinking, oh my God, first of all, this is something new that we've never heard before. It's canonical because it goes back to the best of both worlds, and it made sense. And it was used by Dr. Crusher. And the show I don't want to ruin much, but the show opens with Dr. Crusher, and Dr. Crusher has not spoken to Picard in 20 years. And she's basically become a doctor without borders. She has a small starship. She has somebody that's working close to her, this young man that's working very close to her. And they're basically going to these war-torn places on the fringes of Federation space delivering medical supplies. If there's a war or something, or so Dr. Crusher was attacked, and her ship was crippled, and she was wounded, and the guy that she's working with basically helped her out, and this was an emergency message from her transmitted on this channel. And I'm watching, this is the first 15 minutes of Picard season 3. And I was like, this fucking rules. I mean, I love the idea that Beverly Crusher hasn't spoken to Picard. They had a big falling out. She's Doctors Without Borders. You know, that makes sense. I love they haven't talked in 20 years. I love the fact that they hark back to the best of both worlds, and there's this signal. I love that he goes to Riker and says, what is this? And by the way, Jonathan Frakes is having the best time in the world. He's never been better as Riker. And Riker says, well, we have to go to these coordinates that have been transmitted that are in this signal. Riker knows what the signal is. And Picard's like, well, how are we going to do that? Like, you're retired. You're no longer the captain of the Titan. And Picard's like, I certainly can't get a starship. Like, how are we going to go out to get this, to find out what's at the end of the signal? And so in the show, they're celebrating the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United Federation of Planets. And they're going to have like Fleet Day. So all the starships are being called back to Sector 001, and there's going to be a big hoopla and a big celebration, and Riker's like, well, you know, we can pretend we're inspecting a ship. Like my old ship, the Titan, has been refitted. It's the brand new Titan. It's the refit Titan. We can go back. We can go back to that ship, and we can pretend we'll gin up some reason to go back to the ship, and then we'll take it. You know, we'll get them to take us to this signal on the edge of Federation space, and that's the opening. That's the first like 15 minutes of Picard season 3, and Picard and Riker then go to this starship, go to the Titan, and the captain's a real hard ass, and 7 of 9 is his first officer, and they're hilarious working together, trying to figure out a way, like, how can we get him to take us to these coordinates? And it's so Star Trek, and it's so Next Generation, and it's so much fun. No one dies, you know. They don't. Well, there is an action sequence at the beginning. Maybe somebody does die, I guess, but it's not like it. It feels. You know what it feels like? It feels like you're watching a Star Trek: The Next Generation movie, but it feels like it's the best Star Trek: The Next Generation movie you've ever seen.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah. By the way, I've completely spilled some beans. I hope I'll probably get canceled.
Yeah,
I'll get a copyright strike. But you know what? This is like the first 15 minutes of the episode,
Right.
so whatever.
You know what you can say. I will ask you two things. First, even though you already explained how the creator or the showrunner or the guy in charge of this third season came to be in charge of the third season, I already understood that. But there's always somebody higher on the rank, somebody, some other boss that you complain maybe being right for so many years that they will not be letting this type of Star Trek to ever exist again. You know what I mean? And how is this happening? That's my question. How is this happening? How is you already explained the creator and all that.
Do you know what? I asked the same question because I was like, how did this happen? And what really happened here's the problem. So Hollywood, most people in Hollywood go from job to job to job to job to job. Nobody loves what they work on. And unless, like, the problem with Star Trek is what I would call a transitory job in Hollywood. Most people, if they get, like, Alex Kurtzman's like, I'll work on Star Trek, but he doesn't particularly love it. It's a job. And like Bad Robot, when they acquired Star Trek, they're like, here's a way that we can exploit an IP and make games and action figures, but they didn't know how to do it, and they fucked it up completely. I mean, I think that somebody will one day write a book about how Bad Robot completely screwed up. They had a franchise that they could have turned into something amazing, and they fucked it up every step of the way, including the movies they made, but whatever. So basically, Terry Matalas, who had written a couple episodes of season 2, you know, he's a creator. He created the 12 Monkeys TV series based on the movie. He'd worked on things like Nikita. And he's a guy that basically, he was given the reins of this show because everyone else had moved on. Michael Chabon had moved on. Everybody had moved on. Nobody wanted to do it.
Right.
And so he took this opportunity. The difference is Terry Matalas, he's a huge nerd. He loves like Macross or Robotech, Macross. He loves Star Trek. He loves Star Wars. He's a huge nerd. He's also a showrunner that created the 12 Monkey Show. So they gave him carte blanche and like, nah, you know, nobody really wants to do this. Why don't you take it over?
Do you think this happened maybe because the first 2 seasons weren't that successful, maybe, or they were successful? I don't know about that.
No, I think you're right. I think that they weren't, and I think that honestly,
something different.
I think they really, from what I understand, from what I've heard, they didn't know what to do. You know, we think that these creators, I mean, you can tell Star Trek Season 2, they really didn't know what to do. Like, I mean, you have a whole episode where Picard's trying to steal something at a party. It's like the most un-Star Trek shit ever. You know, like, well, they're back in the past. I mean, to me, the dumbest shit ever is that they have Guinan.
Trying to figure out a flush toilet. It's like,
all of it was so. But the fact that that Guinan, her bar is on Forward Street and it's number 10 Forward. They didn't understand that on the Enterprise, 10 Forward is actually a position on the Starship.
The forward was under the hull.
Yeah, and they didn't get that, and it shows how stupid modern Star Trek the writers actually are.
Well,
they don't.
First season on Measure of a Man is clear they never watched Measure of a Man.
No, they absolutely not. They never, the whole thing about synths and all. They've never read a science fiction novel. Anyway, so Terry Matalas took this over, and when I was experiencing this, I was like, how the fuck did this happen? And I actually look forward to the time when I can sit down with Terry, like, face to face, if we can ever meet, and I can ask him. I can be like, bruh, how did you do this? And clearly, and no one cared. Like, I'll tell you, and I don't know if this is gonna stay in the show, but here's how. So the beginning of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, right? It begins with a title card with a blue font over black that says, in the 23rd century, ... Picard Season 3 starts with that exact same title card, but it says, in the 25th century, ... Same font. And when I lost my fucking mind, I'm like, oh my, like, I was like, bravo. So as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh, I'm fucking in. I don't know who did this. I don't know, but somebody, no one who has worked on Star Trek since 2009, none of the powers that be. I'm sure that I don't know if Terry Metalis is responsible, or the Okudas. I have no idea. I'm sure that whoever saw that didn't think twice, didn't even fucking know what it was. I'm like, as a Star Trek fucking uber nerd, I'm like, oh my God. And this isn't even the most uber nerdy thing in the world. The show gets really uber nerdy. And if people don't believe that I've seen this, a lot of people don't believe me. I'll tell you something else. Total throwaway gag. If I'm spoiling something, whatever. So I hope I don't get in trouble. So Space Dock from Star Trek 3 is in this show. Now, Space Dock was used in TNG. They reused the footage in 2 episodes. The first one was a first season episode called 11001001, where they actually have the Enterprise D fly up. They had the Star Trek 3 element, and then the Enterprise D flies in, and they use the original effects plates.
It's a bigger door. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole thing about that.
Or a bigger station.
Yeah. So in I'm not going to say why or what, but so let's just say Star Trek 3. The Space Dock is in it. Mm-hmm. Space Dock has been repurposed into something else. I'm not going to tell you what it is. But how can I put this?
I sense the Marriott Corporation in here somewhere.
No, it's so Space Dock is let's just fucking call it what it is. It's a museum now. It's been turned into a museum. It's a fleet museum.
Okay.
And they have, I don't know if the effects are, because the effects weren't done, but the way they had done it, they had added these berths around the outside of Space Dock, and all of these famous starships are there as part of the Fleet Museum. And I'm not going to talk about the joys of this because I was going, oh my God, it was so the best thing ever. One of these ships is very familiar. Actually, a lot of them are very familiar, but one of them is shit. I'm probably getting in massive amounts of trouble right now by saying all this stuff. But so
you gotta win back crusty old fans like me, okay?
So they refer to the Klingon bird of prey from Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home, the Bounty, because it was rechristened the Bounty, and there's just a throwaway line of dialogue, just a ridiculous. If you're not a fan, you would never even register. And they talk about the fact that they had a really hard time finding it because as it sunk, the cloaking device was activated. Oops. And so when it sank to the bottom of San Francisco Bay, they couldn't find it because it was cloaked. And I was like, as an old school Star Trek fan, I'm like, oh my God. That, and it's just a throwaway. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just a throwaway line. And I'm like, that alone. Now imagine watching a show. That's just one throwaway line of dialogue in one episode. Watching Picard season 3 was that delightful.
I think I'm sold.
The entire time. That delightful. There's so much shit that was packed. And you could tell it. I would love to sit down with Terry Metalis and ask him. I'm like, how did you? Clearly, no one cared. Like he cared, and he made He made. I mean, this is the most fan. First of all, the story's incredible. The storyline, the 10 episodes are fucking awesome. What goes on, it's awesome. But it is the most fan servicey. Like, I don't even think Patrick Stewart doesn't even know how much fan service is in this show. He has no fucking clue. It was all, you know, when they talk about the inmates finally running the asylum, that's what Terry Matalas did, and I don't know how he did it. Clearly nobody was paying attention, but what it made me realize, it's so much fun to watch. Now there are going to be people that object to the actual storyline, because I'll say this too: the storyline has a lot to do with Deep Space Nine. I was just like, wait, what? It was just, I was like, what the fuck? And I have no idea how this was done. But I thought, when I was watching it, I'm like, this is what I wanted this show to be in the first place. Like as I was watching, as it moved along, I'm like, this is exactly what I wanted Star Trek Picard to be. And I understand for various reasons why it wasn't that way. But it's just so, I was delighted. And here's the thing. To be honest, I loved it, and I really liked the writing and the character. I mean, their character moments. There are things in this episode, there are things in this show I could not believe he was able. This is just one little. Characters show up, you're like, wait, what? I mean, it's literally, it was truly if somebody loved Star Trek, was given the keys, going, okay, you know, you have to make a Picard season and just do what the fuck you want. and there is an element of Star Trek's greatest hits. There's a lot of elements that you will recognize from Star Trek history that was mixed and matched and all that, but it works. It works. And I'm like, I mean, I don't know what it's going to be like because it doesn't air till February. So I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you are very critical of the new shows too, aside from this Picard season 3, you are still very critical of the new shows and the new seasons. And I don't watch it because of you.
Right.
Well, exactly. But I want to ask you this. Are you hopeful that this is not going to be a fluke, that this Picard season 3 is not going to be a fluke, maybe a mistake, just they didn't realize they made a good season by mistake or something like that, or they allowed somebody to do something right for once?
Well, that's a very good question, Andy. I mean, it's a very good question. Here's the problem. On one hand, Star Trek is a very valuable franchise. So from a business perspective, a company like Secret Hideout and Alex Kurtzman, they've made Star Trek Discovery, Picard, Lower Decks, and whatchamacallit, Prodigy. It's a business. They can make Star Trek shows. They're going to do a Starfleet Academy show, I'm sure, and Section 31 and whatever they're going to. By the way, if you asked me, after having experienced what I experienced about Picard season 3, the one show that I would make, if someone said, Rob, following on Picard season 3, what would be the show you would make? I would make Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy meets Mission Impossible in the Star Trek universe, starring fucking Worf. Michael Dorn kicks fucking ass in Picard season 3. He kicks ass. He is so good. He's never been. First of all, Michael Dorn's never been better. He's great on Deep Space Nine. When he shows up in his fucking uniform, what he's wearing is call it. It's a civilian intelligence operative. I don't even know what it is.
And he doesn't look like a Klingork.
He fucking he looks like him. He looks like Pai Mei from Kill Bill. He fucking kicks ass. Michael Dorn's never been better. I'm watching this like, give that guy a show. Fuck Captain Worf. Give him some undercover operative shit. You want to make a Section 31 show? Worf's in charge. They fucked up Section 31 so bad. It's so good. He is so good. And, by the way, the Next Generation cast, Gates McFadden, kicks ass. And literally and figuratively, she kicks ass. Worf kicks ass. I mean, the Riker, Jonathan Frakes is having more fun than he's ever had playing the character. I mean, you're watching these characters. It's so good. And, like, I don't mean to oversell it, but because a lot of people probably won't. I mean, I can see them not digging it. But it truly is. It feels like, okay, it's 30 years after Next Generation, and the characters are not where you would think that they would be. You know, the Doctors Without Borders thing with Beverly Crusher, you know, people are like, well, why isn't she on that medical ship she was on All Good Things? No, it's so great. All the characters are so great. And I loved it. And I loved it because it was made by somebody who loves Star Trek. And it's got all of this fan service in it. And yes, all the plot is like Star Trek's greatest hits. It really is. They touch on all these different things, but it's mixed and matched in a very unique, new way. And I just because all I want from Star Trek is somebody who respects, you know, not just the lore, but who understands characterization and why these characters are great. And I'll tell you, you can tell from the first 10 minutes of episode 1 when Picard sits down with Riker. And we've already seen Picard sitting down with Riker in the Picard show. But they're having so much fun because there's like, let's go off on an adventure. And then they have to go, like, get a captain, a douchebag Starfleet captain to, like, take them where they want to go. And Seven of Nine's first officer on this ship. And they have to, like, they're like, come on, can you help us out? What's up? And it's so much fun to watch. And I'm like, this is Star Trek. This is Star Trek.
Let's say, with that trailer that they just released, Patrick Stewart finally sounds like Jean-Luc Picard again. Yep. And not some grumpy old Yorkshireman waiting to die.
No, there is a scene in, I'm not going to say who or what, there's a scene that he's in, and he's playing opposite a character, a canonical character, who comes back for this show that you will be very surprised to see who it is. And they have a scene together. It's not Q, by the way. They have a scene together that is fucking amazing. It's an amazing bit of acting. And it's just two characters they're sizing each other up. They're deciding if they can trust one another, and then they have to deal with their past. It's so good. And I was moved by it. I'm like, wow, this is fucking dope. And if you're a Star Trek fan, a TNG fan, there's a lot of deep dives into the lore, and you're wondering, you know, Star Wars has been doing that. Why hasn't Star Trek done this? You know, and it's been because the people Star making Wars, but the people that are making the difference is Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau love Star Wars. Yeah. The people that have made Star Trek don't love it, and they don't know it. And so a guy like Terry Matalas rolls in with his writing staff. I mean, there's and again, I don't. There are things I'm not even going to mention what they are because I don't want them to change them. There's shit that I'm like, wait a minute. How did you do that? I mean, little tiny things that nobody that I'm sure the powers that be aren't even paying attention to, but they've done. There's so much shit in this that will just drive. It's delightful, and nobody believes me. Everybody thinks I'm some paid shill from Paramount. I'm not.
But I would like to know if this could be replicated in some other Star Trek shows. So maybe it's not like we get this and
get
the rest.
Rid of the writers on the shows and get people to know what they're doing. There you
go.
I
mean, the thing about here's the funny thing about Star Trek is, and Mike McMahon, who created Lower Decks, God bless him. I loved his Twitter feed or whatever, season 8 of TNG. But there are people, like, I take Star Trek very seriously. Like, when I was growing up, it was sacrosanct. I took it very serious. So, like, in the episode of Private Little War, when the Mugatu shows up, the white ape with the horn on it, to me, that white ape just existed on that planet.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that think that's goofy. And, like, a guy like Mike McMahon, who's a comedian, he loves Star Trek, but even when he looks at the Mugatu, it's funny to him. He only will ever see it as a funny, like, they needed to do something with the production design. So when he incorporates it into Lower Decks, which he did, brilliantly.
Yeah, very good episode, by the way.
It's a good episode, but it's still kind of a goof.
Well, it mainly was goof on the fact that they kept changing the pronunciation of the name during production of Private Little War.
Right, of course, I know.
It was supposed to be Kumatu, and then because D. Kelly couldn't pronounce it, so okay, whatever.
Yeah, but it's true. But here's the thing: the fact that they base episodes around production mistakes, I hate that.
If you do it right,
Yeah, but it's still, to me, it breaks the fourth wall. It's just that it's like, okay, like
that really was a big thing. I love the way they solved the dilemma in the episode, because it was we got spoilers for like year-old episode.
No, but it was good.
The Ferengi guy doing trap hunting with Mugatus.
Right, exactly.
And the way, instead of going them guns blazing, they solved it with a PowerPoint presentation. This is how you do with a Ferengi. Do the profit and loss. You make more money if you do, like, tourist attraction here, maybe Mugatu land.
Sure. Which is fine, which I like, but the problem is the for me, the bent, the direction it goes in isn't it they're still breaking the fourth wall to me, and I which is fine, but I love Star Trek so much.
It's only breaking the fourth wall if you know that aspect. If you had no idea what's going on, whatever.
Right, it's true, but they're still like but that's my problem. My problem is, having met so many comedians over the years, ultimately they look at Star Trek and they're always they come at it from a goofy perspective. They love it and they're smart.
Yeah.
But it's always a goof. Everything is a goof. And to me it's like, let's see how whereas in Picard season 3, they're building on the previously existing lore, the history of the show, and they're taking it to a very real place, and they're building on, and they're doing some really interesting things, like, and it's not really. Can I say? How can I say this? There is a faction in the Star Trek universe that was wronged, and there's an element of how they were wronged that may have radicalized a portion of them, maybe, and they have a very legitimate gripe. And it calls back the idea of it goes back to the radicalization of any earthbound force throughout history. There have been people that have been wronged, and a faction of them became radicalized, and they needed to. So it's not really hit home hard, but it is in a way, and it felt very organic and real, and it's allegorical.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
This is an opinion of somebody that got to watch, the OG series because of you a year ago. You know this.
Right, yeah.
I've talked to you about this. And I have an opinion about this goofy type of looking at Star Trek. You know what I mean? When I watch the episodes and all that, yeah, I saw it was goofy as shit. Yes, there are episodes that are very goofy, but it's not that what's important. That is like a makeup that you have in front, you have to pay attention to what is the episode trying to really say. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yes.
It's not, oh, look at this stupid joke they made, or how funny this guy looks. It's not that. And I'm telling you from an opinion from somebody who didn't watch, Star Trek in the 60s. You know what I mean? I started watching Star Trek a year ago, and I'm not ashamed of that. I loved Star Trek, and I loved it because it's not like, oh, you didn't get it. You didn't get it. No, I'm not chasing guys and telling them that
Right.
you don't get it, right? It's like you can be goofy, but you can send an intelligent message. You know
Like
what
the
I mean?
aforementioned Mugatu episode in
Yep.
Lower Decks. Yeah.
You have plenty of goofy, but you have an intelligent message. You have a discussion that you're presenting to people. And if you pay attention, and you're not dumb, you pay attention, you're going to get that message behind all the goofiness. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, and I think the problem with modern Star Trek is the people that are working on Star Trek were not Star Trek fans growing up, so they have no attraction to it. They have no, and what they do is they're hired. They're just TV writers looking for a job. They get a job on Star Trek.
Gilmore Girls.
They wrote for Gilmore Girls or whatever, and then they go back and they watch Star Trek.
Yeah.
And they have the pop culture memory of Star Trek,
All the best episodes and all that, right?
Yeah, so they can never take it seriously.
Like
To
Kirk
them-
was always breaking orders and nailing green chicks. Never happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because even in the final episode of Star Trek: Strange New Worlds, Captain Kirk is completely mischaracterized by the characters on the show, completely, because the people writing it only have this pop culture sense memory of what the character, how Kirk exists in our history, which is frustrating. It's frustrating. So when people go and watch it, they never take it seriously. And so modern Star Trek is written by a bunch of people that like, okay, we're going to take this inherently goofy thing and we're going to upgrade it and make it serious. But
We're gonna make it better.
yeah, and they're writing it like it's a modern relationship show. People talk to each other like it's the modern day. They generically just take a conversation that any character could have in any TV show, and I always feel that modern Star Trek is the writers are taking conversations from scripts from like you said, Gilmore Girls that never got produced, and they think they're great, and they just take a Gilmore Girls conversation and stick it into a Star Trek episode.
I bet you when they did that cut and paste job with Balanced Terror, they never watched the episode.
Yeah, I mean, by the way,
Yep.
Ron C writes in and says, hello, gents. Rob, I bought new speakers for my editing bay. All right, KRK system speakers. In general, when I buy speakers, Andy, you're a sound guy. You can speak to this. I always slip in Star Trek The Motion Picture and listen to the Klingon battle sequence. I love the sound mix. Awesome, a new toy. Well, Ron C, I would say this. You have to get the 4K Blu-ray that comes out next month of the director's cut of Star Trek The Motion Picture, because the remixed version is amazing. Bruce Botnick remixed the music in Dolby Atmos, and it fucking kicks ass. It's unbelievable. So congratulations.
I got two regrets with the new version. Is they should have run through that when the officers' lounge scene.
Oh,
Still
yeah.
a little rough. You could have fixed.
Yeah,
But
I'm not a
at
fan.
The very end on the bridge, Leonard Nimoy had an ad lib. Where
Yep.
they're saying we can have you back on Vulcan in 4 days. Nimoy added it like, if Dr. McCoy's remain on board, then my presence here is essential.
Yeah,
I tweeted, David Fine, if you put that scene back in, because they shot it 3 or 4 times both ways with the scripted line and his ad lib. So there's got to be one usable version of that scene.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I don't like. I hate the fact they cut out Persis Kambata saying V'ger does not know. I hate that. I'm going to do my definitive cut of it. Brian O'Neill Singleton says, so is Picard season 1, 2, and 3 one-offs? multiverse. No, I mean, Star Trek Picard Season 3 does not really reference Seasons 1 and 2. However, there are things that we've learned, such as Troy and Riker having a child that died, that are referenced. So it's canonical, but it doesn't impede the enjoyment of the show.
Let's just say I watched this Star Trek Season 3, and I don't want to watch Season 1 and 2, right?
It sounds like 1 and 2 can be safely ignored.
Yeah, you can completely ignore them.
I'll be safe.
Yeah, complete. I mean, the only really character that comes back is Raffi, and when she's introduced, you'll understand what's going on.
I don't want to watch the first and the second.
Yeah,
season.
the problem with my problem with Star Trek Picard Seasons 1 and 2 is they have all these very heady sci-fi concepts that the writers didn't understand, and they really did not get, like Robert April pointed out, they didn't understand the measure of a man at all, and that which is in a second season TNG episode. And by the way, if you have the Blu-rays, it's also the only, and I'll take full credit for this, it's the only extended version of a Star Trek episode ever. The version of Measure of a Man, the original's on the season 2 Blu-ray, but there's a 13-minute longer episode, the version of Measure of a Man, that was based on Melinda Snodgrass's VHS version that the Akutas gave her 35 years ago. And they took the VHS and they digitized it. And when I was interviewing Patrick Stewart in New York, I was in Ken Ross's office and I said, we're looking at the negative. Why not recreate the longer version of Measure of a Man with negative and turn it into an extended version? And that version of Measure of a Man debuted theatrically as part of the Fathom. Fathom did 3 seasons of Next Generation. When we finished the Blu-rays, they did a theatrical event where they did 2 episodes. We showed Q Who and the Measure of a Man theatrically, which was amazing because they made movie posters for it. And we all went. I went with the Akutas, and I went with the lovely Melinda Snodgrass, and we went to the theater and saw Measure of a Man in Century City here in L.A., in the theater, the extended version in the theater, which was amazing. Stavros, let's see, I don't want to mess up your last name. Stavros, I'm going to mess up your last name. Hang on, let me make it bigger so I can see it. Stavros. Angelou, I want to say Angela. You know what? You're a member of the channel. I want to thank you for that. Stavros. First of all, I love the name Stavros. If I ever make a movie, there's going to be a character named Stavros. I love the name Stavros. It's awesome. Stavros says, nothing to ask or a question. I'm just glad the channel is rolling once again. Me too. Let me tell you, I'm a lot of people to go on the record, John Campy, who I've been streaming with for 4 years, he wanted to make his channel bigger. He made me an offer to come on full time, and it was great. And we're having a great time, and I'm really having fun. But I have missed. I mean, I love my channel. I love the community here, so I'm not going to. Yeah, so I'm back. We're back. Robservations is back. I'm gonna be. We're not going to do shows tomorrow because I have to go to Comic-Con and do Starship Smackdown. I'll be leaving for San Diego in about 6.5 hours. For those of you who don't know, this year marks the 20th anniversary. I mean, with COVID, it really isn't the 20th anniversary of the panel, but it's been 20 years. So back in 2000, I started speaking at Comic-Con in 1995. I've been doing panels since 1995. And all of our friends, after we made Free Enterprise, we thought, what's the dumbest idea for a panel that we could come up with? And the idea was we would go drinking every Sunday night at this bar called Lola's, and half the time we'd talk about which starship could beat up. Like, could the Battlestar Galactica take on the Enterprise? Could a Star Destroyer fight the Enterprise? Because the physics are different in the universes. So we'd have these long, drunken conversations about these topics. And so we're like, what if we did a panel? What if we did a panel at Comic-Con called Starship Smackdown. And now, like, people have done YouTube channels about this, but 20 years ago it was like this new thing. But here's the thing. We wouldn't take it seriously. So it would be a funny panel. So, like, for instance, I'd be like, yo, I mean, the Enterprise could take on the Battlestar Galactica because the Enterprise has hot girls in short skirts and knee-high go-go boots. So the Enterprise wins. And then everybody would have to state their arguments, and then we would decide which. So it was like a comedy show. You'd have to riff.
Channel was it that Neil deGrasse Tyson came up out of the audience?
That was 10 years ago. That was in 2012.
That's one for the ages. There's a multi-vote because a lot of people were taking video of that one.
Oh, it's on
So
YouTube.
somebody's assembled it into all different of him getting up and steadying device. This was a game changer, folks.
Yeah. So
when this sucker showed up on screen, suddenly before that it was all flying saucers and V2 rockets.
yeah, and I have to tell you, that was fucking crazy. Neil deGrasse. So this panel has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and it ends Comic-Con every year. They made it when we did it the first time. We did it as a joke, and at the con talkbacks, people said the best panel of Comic-Con was Starship Smackdown, and so they asked us to come back and do it again, and I'm like, really? Really? We're gonna do it? Now 20 years later, we're doing. But in 2012, Neil deGrasse Tyson walks in. There's 1,000 people in the room. There's literally a room, and it's packed. And I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is here, and I figured he would leave because we're crass. I mean, it's what's really interesting is we talk shit and we would get drunk on the panel. Comic-Con's like, you guys can't bring booze in. And we're like, oh, okay, whatever. People would bring us. They would bring me fifths of Jameson. Like, here you go. And Comic-Con's like, you can't do that anymore. Well, also, so we were also kind of misogynistic and sexist, but we had girls on the panel, and that was part of the deal. It was, we were all so. It's going to be interesting because the Me Too movement and social things have changed since the last time we did Starship Smackdown. And I leaned heavily into chicks, girl. If I could figure out some way to put sex and starships together, I would do that. And now I'm worried. Am I going to get canceled tomorrow? Do I have to hold back? And what's funny is, our audience, I'll tell you a funny story. So, well, it's not funny, but there was an old woman, really old, and she came to Starship Smackdown since we started. And she would always come up to us at the end and goes, "This is my favorite. You guys are so funny." and then one year she stopped coming, and because she probably passed away. And the people that come to Starship Smackdown, they're all the same. The diehards, they know.
Did you get her name by chance?
No, I don't know her name. I never got her name. And she would always come up and shake our hands.
The old line early fan movement type were Berman, Joe Trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it was somebody like that. And I always feel like when we do, and yet now the world fandom has changed. One of our members, a newer member, I won't say who it is, actually said that he said, I can't do this panel anymore. You guys are too misogynistic. And I was like, wait, what?
Oh,
come on.
I'll take the spot. Come on.
And I'm like, come on. Star Trek itself in the 60s, it's girls in go-go boots. It's hot chicks. I mean, just by recognizing how hot they are doesn't make us misogynistic. We're just,
For the record, Grace Lee, Whitney, and Nichelle Nichols pushed for those mini skirts.
Yeah, I know.
They want to show off their legs. Come on.
Yeah, and
By the way, as far as my stamp on Discovery,
well, there you go.
that's a canonical Discovery in my book here.
But
this is what it should have been, not that flying pizza cutter.
There's, it's funny. There's something related to that in Picard season 3 that I don't even want to say because they'll change it. I don't want to say what it is.
Maybe you shouldn't.
Yeah, I can't say it. I'm not going to say it. But it was one of those things. I'm like, how'd you do that? How'd that happen? I don't know how it happened, but I don't want to even mention it because they'll change it.
They've told Kurtzman, do not do anything with this show. It's clearly the only good ones are the ones you have nothing to do with, so stay away.
You know, I can give you an opinion about a subject that you touched way back this show. Just to go back, one thing that I wanted to say, but then we start talking about Star Trek. Remember that you said stuff about liking Netflix and everything that Netflix is doing right and all that, you know?
Yeah.
Being in Argentina, I can give you an opinion about Netflix that I believe is different from the other streamers, because here we have everything. We have HBO Max, we have Paramount Plus, we have Disney Plus, we have everything, all right?
Right,
We
okay.
have the Star Plus, which is Hulu, you know?
Yeah,
The
it's
Star
Disney,
Plus,
R-rated Disney Plus.
right. So we have everything. What is doing Netflix that is not doing, or maybe the other are starting, you know, very like, you know, Netflix puts a lot of money into local shows.
Yeah.
Local shows for, maybe they put money for Argentinian movies that are in Argentinian Netflix, you know what I mean? And for the time that Disney Plus and Star Plus, you know, Hulu, or Paramount Plus to do that, or HBO Max. HBO Max is just starting, like, very slowly to put money into local business. And I believe that in many countries, we say Netflix, and Netflix is like streaming services. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, it's equal. And the reason is because Netflix cares about local business.
Yeah.
Netflix is not always Hollywood, which I love Hollywood, all right? But they care about making local stuff. And that increases the attention. All right, I have my favorite actor from my country on a Netflix movie. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Oh, Andy, I think you're absolutely right. One of my favorite things about Netflix, one of the things that never gets brought up, is their international programming.
Yeah, man.
You know, there's a movie called RRR.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
a Tollywood
I have
film.
to watch it. I know.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's a hoot. And Americans, we don't know shit about Indian movies. They never show. I mean, there are, like, if I want to, there are places, like, I have a shout out to Harkins Theaters. There's a local theater where I used to live in Pasadena in Hollywood, that they didn't have a theater. That theater chain didn't have a theater where I lived, so I'd never gone to one. But since we've relocated, you know, we moved an hour east of Pasadena, and this theater chain, they have an incredible theater in our neighborhood, basically, and they show Indian movies.
Yeah.
Because there's an Indian population that can go, and it's fucking great. And they show movies from all around the world. Like, I grew up going to the Seattle Film Festival. I was watching movies from all around the world. And I think one of the things that's really problematic as far as America is concerned is that Americans, we have no foreign film presence at all. The only way, like, when I was growing up, I went and saw all kinds of foreign films. I mean, I met Paul Verhoeven. Like, Paul Verhoeven went to the Seattle International Film Festival, which I grew up going to, and I'd get a pass, and I would see 150 movies in a month from all around the world. And I grew up that way, and I met Paul Verhoeven in 1985 at the Seattle Film Festival. They would bring... What's that?
Before RoboCop.
Yeah, before it was for his first English language movie, Flesh and Blood. But they brought him to America with Fourth Man, and the Seattle would be like the launching platform of a lot of Dutch movies. Fons Rodemaker's The Assault I saw, and nowadays I can't believe how few foreign films we get here in America, and the ones we do get, nobody goes to see. You know,
I don't know. Maybe because maybe because they don't like the language or the subtitles, or I don't know what's exactly the reason.
You know, I think that, honestly, I think that, I mean, I hate to say this because I love America, but I think in my lifetime, the last 40 years, we have become a much less sophisticated nation. The general population of America has become far less sophisticated than it was when I was a kid. And I say that because the pop culture that I was experiencing, whether it was movies or music or books, literature, was from all around the world.
Right.
Like I was listening to French pop music in the early 80s in French, Serge Gainsbourg or whatever. But nowadays, there's none of that. America is so... we are so, and a lot of that, the world has changed. I mean, the world, it's totally a different place, but we have become a far less sophisticated nation, which is so weird because with the internet and social media, the whole world is available to us now.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Because
I think a lot of it, the people producing the pop culture are only, experiencing other pop culture. They're not, because before you'd have let's go back to Star Trek. Every one of everyone on staff was a veteran.
Right, the original series. Yeah.
And not just not the writers, but some of the cast were in the Army.
Yeah, like James Doohan. Shot. Scotty was shot 6 times. He lost one of his fingers.
Friendly fire, oddly enough.
Yeah, I know, right?
The Canadians shot him. The Germans never touched him.
I know. But the thing too is that Americans, I don't think, are really even interested in experiencing. I mean, we're getting the Korean film industry has been kicking ass for 25 years.
Absolutely, man.
I mean, unbelievable. The Korean,
and now winning Oscars too.
They won an Oscar for Best Picture.
Absolutely. The Iran. We're like an enemy state.
Yeah.
Great filmmakers making great movies in Iran. I mean, the Persian filmmakers are crushing it. They're doing some amazing work, and yet half those filmmakers get imprisoned because the Ayatollahs hate them. But I mean, we're getting incredible films from around the world, and yet Americans barely a blip. A presence here.
Based Captain Kirk on Horatio Hornblower. You asked us that on Star Trek now they'll think it's a porno film.
Yeah, well that's the thing. I mean, American.
I don't think it's all Americans now. Yes, probably a part, but I can tell you my experience with the series Dark.
The German time travel series.
Yes, I have an opinion about that because. I'm not from America. I'm from Argentina. I like English language. I like Spanish, whatever. But the thing is that when I had the chance to start watching Dark, first I tried in German. I didn't like it because I don't like German. I mean, I like German people, but I don't like the language. So I tried with German. I didn't like it. All right, so let's just try dub Spanish. I hate it. So, okay, let's just try that in English. No, because I know the mouth is not saying that in English, so it feels weird. So I felt like I needed to watch it in German, subtitled in Spanish maybe, and it felt off, and I never followed with it. You know what I mean? And I'm not an American, and I fell on the same boat of the stuff you're saying about Americans. So I had that problem with German series, but I can tell you another example that is the opposite. My parents are old people. They love Netflix, and they just started to watch HBO Max and all that. And they are telling me every time, Andy, we watch an investigation series from Sweden. And I'm saying, really? Sweden? So we're talking about all around the world, you know what I mean? So if it's not for Netflix, we don't get that.
If you got a good VPN, you can get any Netflix library in the world.
And we don't get that from HBO Max. We don't have a detective story from Sweden from HBO Max. You know what I mean?
Right. No, but
at least not for now. Maybe we will in the future. Maybe they will know that the Netflix success is not only that they were the first. It's also they understood that we have a whole world full of people You know what I mean? Many
Yep.
countries that are craving for local shit, they are done with a big production, with money, with dollars, not pesos, for Christ's sakes. And then you have a good budget to make a quality TV show that is done right, and maybe you like your actors, and you can watch it like in a Hollywood production or
But they
something
wanted
like
to
that.
cater to the audience very early because originally they screwed up their pricing service. Wait, this bunch of years ago.
Yeah.
Of mailing DVDs out, and then the streaming was just starting, and they changed. And this day, they almost killed the company.
Right. No,
They had to change course like that. That's like there wouldn't be a Netflix now.
But I have to say, Andy, you're absolutely right. And one of the things I'm always saying, and even in America, they never talk about this. When you're reading industry trade publications, like whether you're reading Deadline about the stock price falling for Netflix, nobody ever talks about the international content of Netflix. The fact that they have shows from all around the world. And when I sit there and I go, okay, the stock price is falling because motherfuckers in the United States, they don't pay any fucking attention to anything that's not US. And I'm like, Netflix is in India, motherfuckers. I mean, come on. And it's all around the world. And the fact that, look, Netflix has a huge the show Money Heist, which is a Spanish show. Money Heist, they sold the rights to Korea. And the Koreans have made a Korean version of Money Heist. So you've got a show that was popularized on Netflix that's a Spanish language show that was made in Spain that's fucking awesome.
Huge success.
It's awesome. Huge success for them. That the Koreans are like, oh, we're going to fucking make a Money Heist show about North and South Korea. And in America, we don't even register. It's like, oh, Squid Game. Squid Game's a big deal. Yeah, Squid Game's a big deal. This big Korean show, but it's just like, because it's a great Korean TV show, and people are all like surprised, like, oh, why should you be surprised? Koreans are making great shit. Why are you surprised that Squid Game is a big hit? Because it's awesome.
But anybody outside of Hollywood can make a TV show.
Yeah, well, that I have to say, there is a bias. There is a horrible foreign bias against foreign programming, and a lot of people don't understand how great. I mean, the Korean film industry, aside from the fact that, and what I always find so funny is like, no one's bitching about inclusion, or no one's complaining about the Korean film industry not being woke. I was in Korea in 2018, and I'll tell you something. You know what you have a lot of in Korea? Koreans. People. There's a lot of Korean people. Nobody in Korea is going, you know what? We don't have enough inclusion in Korea.
Right.
Well, it's kind of like, there are people complaining about, not enough diversity in Dunkirk. It's like, it was British troops and German troops. You're not gonna get a lot of diversity.
I mean, but this is
really said that.
yeah. I mean,
when they were making the movie, and then Chris Reynolds told them
this is a total problem in America. Americans are dumb. I love America, but we're dumb. 65% of Americans don't even have a passport. They have not gone to anywhere in Europe. They haven't gone anywhere, and it's shocking.
but I was on the military ID. But
it permeates every aspect of our culture.
Yeah,
Like-
but I don't think. But okay. Yes, I got it. But I think this will change. I really think this will change because Koreans, yes, okay, no, maybe almost nobody pays attention to the Koreans, but the Koreans already won an Oscar for Best Picture.
Oh yeah,
And I
no,
know
people
watch
are. There are but the funny thing is like Americans, like, first of all, Korean movies fucking kick ass.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
they're beautifully made. They're made. The Korean film industry is making movies. They're just as good as Hollywood. Yeah, I mean, Train to Busan is as great a zombie movie as anything that's ever come out of Hollywood. They're murder mysteries. A movie like The Handmaiden. The Korean film industry is creating diverse, incredible stories. The problem is for America, there's only Korean people in them. I mean, like everything else, they speak Korean, and it's such a weird, like, we in America, I think a lot of people don't understand that movies from around the world are just as good as American movies. I mean, there's a lot of schlock too. They don't get me wrong. There's a lot of Korean
Yeah,
schlock
of
as well,
course.
but for the most part, there's some world class, not just Bong Joon-ho, but there's amazing filmmakers in Korea, but we never see them in America. Just like we never see, like I watched there's a Japanese movie called The World of Kaneko that I want to say came out in 2015. It's very Tarantino-esque. It's basically about a father who discovers that his teenage daughter is a crime lord. And it's fucking awesome.
We're not talking about the gas company then.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No. And it's fucking great. The movie's great. And I'm like, somebody should have picked this up and put it in 3,000 theaters in America. Because it's like the TV series Euphoria. it's before the Euphoria got made. But, no Americans will do that.
Well, even some Americans, they should have put the Runaways in wide release instead of just at the art house theaters and nobody saw it.
Oh, I agree. Hi, buddy.
Yeah, maybe they don't think it will make any money, and distribution, man, it costs a lot of money, so they can just put, how many millions of dollars to distribute Korean stuff. They have to choose. They have to be very selective, I believe, right?
There was a documentary series I checked out a while back, The Story of Film.
Gilbert gets some gummy bears. He gets one a day. Did you like that, buddy? You did. He's like, why aren't you in bed? It's 2:44 in the morning.
Right.
There's one film series, the documentary series, The Story of Film. And it goes through the origins and going through and just mainly real deep in film theory. The only things I'm getting used to is the narrator's voice is a very Irish accent that goes up in the end all the time. But once you get past that, it's like, but it's talking about romantic film and everything, and just
By the way,
international scene.
Isaiah Ruiz fired in a super chat and says, "Hey Rob, I've been watching you since the Collider Heroes days. I wanted your thoughts on the Black Panther trailer and everything Marvel announced. See you Monday."
Knew this was gonna happen.
I like She-Hulk.
Look,
that is John Byrne She-Hulk to a T.
No, it's I think She-Hulk's going to be great. I thought that the Black Panther trailer was really intriguing. It looks great. It looks like it's huge in scope. I don't know what it's about. I like the fact that Namor's origin is more Aztec or whatever. Apparently, they're going to go with him flooding Wakanda like right out of the comics. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. What do you think, Gilbert? Do you think that they're gonna do that? I don't know. The Kang Dynasty. Hey, I'm in. I thought that the Marvel panel, like, we didn't get the stuff we were theorizing about on the John Campea show, but I still think that they made a lot of announcements. We're going to do a lot more announcements, but I think that Marvel, it's funny. Like, I enjoy Marvel, whether it's good or bad or not. I've just enjoyed seeing the Marvel Cinematic Universe develop. Wakanda Forever is the 30th Marvel movie. 30 in 14 years?
I think it's short-sighted not recasting Black Panther. Because apparently Chadwick Boseman said, no, recast. The character's bigger than him. Yeah,
I mean, I think it's kind of cool, though, that I mean, they're going to make another Black Panther.
Yeah.
But
I
think honor Chadwick Boseman, but like, no, recast.
I think they thought they were going to get a backlash or some shit,
Well, the whole point of bringing was the whole point that we can recast. It's like getting new writers in a comic book. We recast somebody else plays Tony Stark later on. Somebody plays as Captain America.
Yeah, I agree, but I thought that
it should not be tied to single actor.
They thought they were gonna get a backlash for doing that, and they thought, you know what? Let's just do something else. Yeah. Let's just leave that. But I think it's weird to have a Black Panther without a Black Panther. I don't know.
That's another thing now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I thought the trailer was it looks epic, whatever's going on.
Emotional, when what's that actress that played Tina Turner? I forgot the name.
Angela Bassett.
Angela Bassett was like screaming in one part of the trailer. I said, wow, this is going to be very emotional, very like epic drama emotional, you know what I mean? So I like that, but I saw all the titles for the next 2 years. I saw, the only thing that I saw that is I said, oh, okay, is Loki season 2 because I liked Loki season 1. I liked it. Many people didn't. I
Oh,
liked it.
I thought I loved it, but it pushed for
I
me
know they went too far, but
way too far. But I
I
like the
know
show. I like the show.
maybe people that followed comics and followed this for 40 years, they thought they went too far. But for people that don't know shit about comics, like me, and I'm not
Yeah.
ashamed of it, they just love the show for what it is, and that's it. Then I'm not looking for, oh, what's this piece from this comic from 1941 or whatever. You know what I mean?
The only one I
So,
watch is WandaVision.
you know
That's
what?
the only one I've watched. I got them downloaded, but I haven't watched them.
Oh, it's
Again?
awesome. It's WandaVision's awesome.
I love
I
One
did
Division.
one thing I did with all of the previous thing I want, and I chopped that thing down. It's like a 4.5 hour story.
Can I ask you
Stretched out
one
over
thing?
10 episodes.
Do you think WandaVision has rewatchability for people that are not, I'm not saying true fans, all fans, like people like us that follow Campia show, your show, and all that? Because I can tell you one thing. I was starting watching WandaVision with my girlfriend that, watch all the Marvel movies, but she doesn't know shit about all this stuff, you know what I mean? So I started watching WandaVision with her, and she didn't know that Wanda was going to become like a villain and all this, the comedic stuff from the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s, and all that is going to become like a big mystery. She started watching the first episode, and she said to me, "This is like the worst thing you made me watch with you." And the reason why
Chicks, man, chicks.
for two reasons. The first reason is because she is the TikTok generation. You know what I
Right.
mean? She's the TikTok generation. If you don't give somebody something in 3 minutes, you're
Attention
out.
span of a goldfish.
You know what? That's the first reason. And the second reason is because she didn't remember all the shit about Endgame and this. She just went one time to watch Endgame and one time to watch Infinity. So my question is this.
Yeah, but I
People
bet she's hot and Argentinian. So
you can bet your ass.
so does it matter? Does it matter?
But this is my question. The people that made Endgame the second biggest movie in history of Hollywood are not the nerds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is the percentage of real nerds that made those $3 billion? 5%? 4%? Maybe
No.
less.
Kevin
no.
Feige by himself. Yeah.
No. I have to say that's actually, Andy, that's a really good question, and I ponder this a lot because I like this whole channel, the Post-Geek singularity. I just made that term up because I have seen, and I'll use Comic-Con as an example. Like, I haven't been to Comic-Con this is the first time. I know we're back from COVID, but Comic-Con was a highlight of my year. But I feel when I do the Campy show and this show, I feel like I'm doing Comic-Con every day now. Like, I do Comic-Con every day. And so, but before, my dog, Gilbert, stop doing that. Gilbert, no, Gilbert is... But what I've watched, my first Comic-Con was when I first moved to LA. I was 21 in 1988. I moved to LA and I went to Comic-Con for the first time. Comic-Con was at a small hotel in downtown San Diego. And it was a bunch of old dudes and myself rifling through long boxes of comics. You know, Tim Burton's Batman hadn't come out. We had Superman the movie in 1978. This was 10 years later. So it was a very different world.
Right.
And I have watched over the last 34 years, the world has changed. I mean, comics, literary sci-fi conventions and Star Trek conventions always had a female contingent, but for the most part, it was always old dudes. And dudes, it was. Over the last 34 years, I've watched fandom completely change. And I really noticed a change beginning in the early 90s, and there were a few factors. A lot of anime coming to America, things like Sailor Moon, things that girls liked. Neil Gaiman, Death, the character that spun out of Sandman, Death, and then Emily the Strange and everything that was in Hot Topic, and then gaming, video games that appealed to women. And so fandom completely changed, 180 degrees. It turned around. You go to Comic-Con now, it's families, it's boys, it's girls, it's so different now.
Not versus Vampirella.
Well, yeah, which I have right there. I got
Right
my but that's Caroline Monroe as Vampirella. That's my 6 scale rock band, and she's the groupie. What's happened now is that there is no delineation between fans, nerds, and real people. It's all this. The whole world is nerds now. Everyone. Now, the question is, the only difference is how engaged are people, like how deep. Like I have 2 shelves full of Star Trek reference books.
Yeah.
You know, from the last 50 years. Now, the question is, do people care? Like, I used to think that Star Trek reference books were true, like they were real. They were all canonical. You know, like the Star Trek technical manual and the Enterprise blueprints were real. I mean, they weren't, but they were, because they were released by Bantam Books in 1975. You're like, oh, this is real, man. You know, and I didn't understand. No, it's marketing, and people didn't think it was real. But now we live in a world where it's all real. By the way, Isaiah Ruiz says that Daredevil got 18 episodes. The new live action Daredevil show.
Yeah, but it's going to 2024. We have a
long way to go. I will say this. Can I say this? I was going to say this last night. I mean, let me say, without getting demonetized, She-Hulk is a show about lawyers.
No. This is not a spoiler. He appeared on the trailer.
In the very tail.
Right. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yes.
So
Daredevil. Matt Murdock is in the She-Hulk series.
Yeah, you don't get trolled. He appeared on the trailer.
And that's something that we know on the John Campea show for a long time.
But I don't know how much he is going to be on the show. Maybe he will, I don't know, 2 minutes on one episode. So.
Well, I imagine he's going to be in the courtroom a lot, representing whoever, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, and it's funny. I won't spill the beans. John should spill the beans, but there's a picture that we've been talking about on the John Campea show that he should talk about, that he might be able to talk about now. Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
She-Hulk is going to represent, the guy from Pulp Fiction. I forgot his name again.
The guy from Pulp Fiction. The guy from Pulp Fiction.
The guy played,
the
Abomination.
Antagonist.
Yeah, Tim Roth, the Abomination. Yeah, Tim Roth.
He's
Eli Roth. I know that was
representing
wrong.
He's representing so that's, I think, the story of the show, maybe. I don't know, because I saw the trailer, and the trailer ends with Matt Murdock doing a flip and appearing all over
in costume.
They don't show the face, but we know it's Daredevil, you know? So it was okay. But the thing that I was getting into is that, I was just starting to watch WandaVision for the 3rd time. And when I watched WandaVision, I enjoyed more to watch the real Richard's reaction to the episodes than the episodes themselves. And the reason is because we, the guys that follow every last fucking detail that is in the background, or, this is reference to this, and that pen that took is because of that comic of 1971. Nobody cared. But the thing is that we pay attention to everything, even if we didn't read the comics like me, but we pay attention because we like those stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then when you watch it a year after and you watch it again, I don't think it's as impactful because you already discharged that load. You know what I mean? Yeah. And now I get more, enthusiasm by watching the enthusiasm of the time than watching the show. You know, I don't get anything. It's like, yeah, I know what's gonna happen. I know that his brother is not really his brother, and that was a prank from Kevin Feige, or maybe you don't know. But then you watch the real Richard's reaction, which is one example, and you go, yeah, I remember we were all waiting for that and all that. So my question is, do you think for the rest of the world, not for us, all right, for the rest of the world, is WandaVision an example, something that could have rewatchability? That's my question. For the rest of the world,
I don't know, Robert. Robert April, what do you think?
It is kind of a little inside baseball for normies.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a lot
exactly
of lot of setup you ought to know beforehand, and the revelation once you does, you're the Scarlet Witch, and really, just hey, this is the first time they've mentioned those two words in the entire time to be able to just of the Scarlet Witch.
The normies, they don't know who the Scarlet Witch is. Yeah. They don't care about the hype.
And the whole thing about them dismantling,
And I'm saying this because Disney Plus needs the rest of the world to subscribe, not only the fans. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They need the normies to put the money for the subscription. They cannot count only on us, that we are like the 3% of the people who put money. They need the normies to like watching WandaVision 4 times.
Well, maybe so. Disney is a world brand. They're still cruising on Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Disney people buying it so they can put their kids in front and watch 80-year-old cartoons.
That's also true, but Marvel makes a lot of money, and Disney
make a lot of money, but they not necessarily to the streaming thing.
Well, but
content
they are starting.
Here's the thing, though. I think that the same could be said of pick any TV show you like, whether it's Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Nobody knows what those shows are until they start watching them.
Yeah.
And I think that once you get involved, like one of the great things about Marvel is even the normies, even comic book fans, if you start watching, like most people don't know that Scarlet Witch and Vision were married in the comics. Right. They don't know. They don't know that Wanda had 2 kids that in Avengers, like in Avengers Disassembled, Wanda destroyed the Avengers because she wanted to get her kids back, and she killed Avengers. And Doctor Strange came and said, you don't know what the fuck's going on. Let me tell you what's happening. And it was fucked up, but people don't know that. And like they don't even know that like they announced Avengers 5 or whatever, Kang Dynasty. Well, that was an Avengers story. Like that's a real thing. That's the Kang Dynasty was an actual story that they're adapting, just like they adapted Age of Ultron, and they'll make it their own. But I think what's great about Marvel is that whether you know this stuff or not, there's now 30 Marvel movies with Wakanda Forever. I think there's 6 or 7 TV shows, which there are going to be more. So, I mean, by the next 2 years, we're probably going to wind up with 50 Marvel projects.
Yeah. Doom would be a fun story.
And people are going to people get it. They're loving. They love Marvel. I mean, I find it amazing because I can't believe I'm watching it half the time. Like I can't believe these shows that it blows me away that they even made WandaVision.
Yeah, but my point is that I think Marvel is starting to lose one thing they had until Endgame, that John Campea says every single time. It's becoming very difficult to follow all this.
Yes.
Why? Because it's becoming difficult because I think it started to really show in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Why? Because if you watch that movie and you haven't watched WandaVision, you're fucked. You don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think it's also been based on stuff from some other bad comics.
Never had to realize that they were following everything to the peak. And my point with my girlfriend's story and all that was that I made my girlfriend to watch WandaVision because I was starting to watch Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness with her. And we were in the first 15 minutes, and I was thinking, oh shit, Wanda is going to appear, and she's not going to know why. What's Westview? You know, I'm
Right.
not talk about Westview. What the fuck is Westview? And
Yeah.
then I thought, all right, so maybe I need to put her to watch WandaVision first, right? But she watched WandaVision first, and the first episode is all sitcom from the 50s.
Right.
There's no reference to Endgame.
Yeah.
There's no reference to Infinity War, and we're talking about TikTok generation. They need something in 3 minutes, and it's not happening. So she's thinking, what the fuck are you making me watch, man?
That's why I chopped all up into one big thing. So it's okay. You're only doing the 50s for about half an hour.
No,
And,
what should I
have
do?
the
I need to
credits
go
and
back
post credits.
to
And,
Infinity War? So I need to go back to Infinity War to watch Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness. That is not going to work.
No, I agree with you. I mean, despite the fact that your
That's
girlfriend's a hot
exactly
Argentinian lady, I don't
No,
think.
it's actually from Venezuela, but she's hot.
Oh well, Venezuela. Okay, that's good. But no, but I respect her. I'm just making fun. I'm just.
No,
but
yeah.
I don't want to be disrespectful.
No, you're not being disrespectful. The thing is that my point is
you see Maria
that
Conchita Alonso? She
Marvel
showed
is
up well.
not Marvel is not making a good job to make people that have money to put on Marvel and to put on Disney Plus that maybe they don't care about every last detail. They don't remember Endgame because they watch it just once. And they have money for a subscription, you know? I have my money, I can subscribe, but you're giving me a full 30 minutes episode about a 50s sitcom, and I don't know who anybody is.
Right.
And I don't care about that, so I don't like to follow to the second episode or the third episode, and I start watching WandaVision, and I was waiting. All right, you're digging it, right? You're digging it, right? No, I'm not digging it. I don't understand shit. You know, I don't know why you're making me watching this. You know what I mean? So that's a problem for Marvel, and I think that's a problem for Disney Plus. They are making it so convoluted that it's difficult for normies to keep the track. You know what my point is?
Yeah, no, Andy, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that, look, I think the Marvel Cinematic Universe is so far up its own ass that it's, I mean, look, Multiverse of Madness made $950 million, just shy of $1 billion.
Yes.
And but I do think you're right. However, I think Marvel has cultivated an audience, and the people that love it worldwide clearly love it. It's still making money,
making a lot of money,
but yeah, for how
Thunder, it's
remember what happened with
flop
Transformer
territory.
movies. The Transformer movies were all shit, and they were making loads of money until one point that it didn't. That's exactly what happened.
well, I think
no,
that
that's-
Marvel, I think that you know,
they're better than Transformer movies, yes.
but they're
course.
still. I mean, I think that honestly, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has now been around for 14 years.
Yeah.
That's a great run, and I've always said that pop culture has a 20-year half-life.
Yeah.
And in 20 years, in 6 years, the Marvel Cinematic Universe will belong to a different generation. The young people coming up might like it, but like you said, the TikTok generation, they're like, whatever, Marvel's fine. Marvel's going to be old. In 2028, Marvel will be 20 years old. So if you're a 30-year-old, you were 10 when the Marvel movies started, and they were fine when you were 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You go to college, you're still a Marvel fan, but now you're going to be 28 years old or 30 years old.
This is boring. Nothing's happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, but they're not yours. They're from a different generation, and pop culture is inherently driven by a youth market that it's theirs. It's of the time. That's why it's pop culture. Once pop culture becomes 20 years old, it's old.
Do you think Kevin Feige is taking a huge risk by, making movies and TV shows about really obscure characters? I mean, even people that read comics maybe never paid attention to someone like Shang-Chi. You know what I mean? And maybe.
Oh, and
rest
the movie
of
is not the Shang-Chi of the 70s. It's not the Doug Bench spy version of that character. It's a modern version.
Everybody knew who Captain America is. You know, people heard about Iron Man. People know who Thor is. Everyone knows the Incredible Hulk. You know what I mean? But nobody knows who the Eternals are. Who are the Eternals? What's Celeste? Well,
the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Jack King Kirby, brother. Come on.
Yeah, but the thing is that my point is about Disney and Marvel. You know, they want everybody to put their dollars on this. They can't live with only the fans, the true comic fans, to put the money on this. They need everyone. They need everyone interested on this. You know what I mean?
Oh no! Look, I agree with you. I think that I do believe. Look, Kevin Feige is the most successful Hollywood producer of all time.
By far.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe, money-wise, he's done a great job. And what people don't give him credit. I don't know Kevin. I've never talked to him. I've never met him. I've admired him because he came out of the same realm that I came out of. We both worked at Warner Brothers. We both worked for Richard Donner. He's done something. He worked on 14 Marvel projects before the MCU even started. So he understood, like, in terms of Hollywood training, Kevin Feige is unique. He was trained to make Marvel movies. He saw what worked, what didn't work, and when he started the MCU, no one in Hollywood had that training and then did what he did. He's singular and unique. He's amazing in what he did. However, I think what he did is it has a shelf life. And if you don't think that the Marvel Cinematic Universe's success will end, like if I was him, it's 2022, I would end it. I would end it at 2028. As much as Disney might want to do that, I'm like, bro, no, it's not going to work. We got to start something else. We got to end it. We can't. It is going, and it will. It will diminish eventually. And 20 years of Marvel, they should plan on ending it because, but they won't.
It's a trend.
They're starting on X-Men.
It's a more natural fit for comic books anyway. You know, just transition to series.
Yeah, I mean the X-Men. To me, the X-Men was my comic version of Star Trek. I love the X-Men.
They announce stuff from the X-Men. They are announcing it from the following. I don't know if it's the 6th part of this or I don't know, but I saw something about announcing X-Men. I don't know if it was fake or real.
Well, they talked about. I haven't actually read. Elizabeth and I were out. I have not read about what's going on with the X-Men. I don't. I didn't read about the Marvel panel, but we'll see. I mean,
if they start with the X-Men, they have like a whole war ahead of them.
Well, that's the funny thing. I mean, and how do you incorporate them into the world? It's very weird. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do it, but I would say that it's cool. But at the end of the day, I mean, I have to say, even as much as I love the MCU, but even I'm tired of it.
Really?
I mean, I love it so much, but it's 14 years. And the movies they're all going to be good, and it's great to see them on screen and all that. But I'm like, I've got 14. I got Marvel movies up to here. I got Hot Toys figures of characters, and I'm just like, in my mind, if the Marvel Cinematic Universe ended, I'd be like, great, what a great run, a 20-year run. I'd rather see something else. I'd rather see one of the many science fiction novels or mystery novels or whatever I have around me, But I guess I feel that way about a lot of these aging franchises, Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who. I'm like, okay, they're all fine, but do we need them?
Finally do a proper Dragon Riders of Pern story.
I'd love to see that. Anne McCaffrey's...
Ron Moore was that close to getting it done.
Oh, I know.
So someone did something stupid. Like, that's it. No, I'm not going to do it. You kill the story that way.
I'd love to see that. I mean, there's so many. I want to see Dan Simmons Hyperion Cantos. I'd love to see that. And we're getting that. The problem is the Marvel characters, Spider-Man, they're ingrained in the souls of children. And when we grow up, it's Spider-Man, Captain America, Thor, same with Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. These characters are never going to go away. They're never going to stop making these movies because these animated shows, 40 years ago when I was growing up, the animated Spider-Man, Spider-Can, it was not. But now kids grew up with those the X-Men animated series, the early 90s. Like if you were 5 years old, if you watched the X-Men animated series, you're 35 or 40 now.
Yeah.
You know, so the idea, they're going to do X-Men 97, I'll watch that. You know, we've got a whole generation of people that grew up with this stuff, and it's not going to go away anytime soon.
That X-Men thing was still the best, super thing they've come out with. They put that in the movie, and they'll sell tickets just on that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I love the X-Men. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
You know, I was talking to friends of mine tonight earlier. It's 7:14 a.m. in Argentina, by the way.
Wow. Cheers to that, by the way.
Right. But we were talking
14 here in Colorado.
We were talking about the Star Wars franchise and all that, because you mentioned that everything has to end, everything has to start over, and maybe they can refresh the characters, make new stories and all that. And I agree. But we were talking about Star Wars, and for some reason we started to talk about the pop culture Cobra Kai, movement that are everywhere. And we thought that it would be great that the 3 creators of Cobra Kai were given something to do for Star Wars. You know what I mean? Because can you imagine they creative to make Star Wars stuff?
Well,
If they're Star Wars fans
anymore, man.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. I think that, by the way, Mikey Lito, who's one of the great members of the Post-Geek Singularity, he asks, he's been a member for 17 months. He says, what does Disney do with Marvel Studios if, according to you, they decide to end it? Also, I need to know what's going to happen in episode 10 of Picard, in the 10 episodes of Picard. Come on, Mikey. First of all, I can't tell you. I mean, I've already spilled so many beans, I'm probably going to get in trouble.
First 10 episode 1.
Yeah, but what's going to happen in episode 10? I will say this. Episodes 9 and 10 of Picard could be a movie. And it's fucking epic. It's huge. It's huge. The story they're telling is huge. And it's immediate. And what I love about it is a lot of it surrounds the 250th anniversary of the Federation, the United Federation of Planets, which is a pretty cool thing. But what does Disney do with Marvel? I mean, look, like anything else, they'll milk it as much as they can. They'll make as long as Doctor Strange, people are like, well, so Rob, it's not every movie is as successful as Endgame. I'm like, no, they're not. But movies are still. It's not like these movies cost $800 million to make. Right. They're still making them frugally, and they're making them well, and they're still. I mean. Because we become so jaded, the idea that a movie makes $1 billion is fucking insane. It's insane. And the fact that Multiverse of Madness, I mean, Spider-Man No Way Home made $2 billion, although that was a Sony movie. Doctor Strange makes almost $1 billion, as if it's just par for the course. And, of course, Thor Love and Thunder, let's see. Let's look. I mean, I don't think the numbers have been updated, but let's see where Thor Love and Thunder is right now.
The drop off on Thor Love and Thunder has been rather horrific.
Well, but that's okay. I mean, if you look at it, so worldwide, it actually has. Thor Love and Thunder worldwide is now at $526,472,031. That is actually a pretty big drop off.
Yeah, because this is the
word of mouth is killing that movie.
I will say something that I will get burned by the fans for this. Thor: Love and Thunder is the first Marvel movie I didn't want to go to the cinema to watch.
I agree.
You know?
I agree.
But I can tell you why. Uh, I saw Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and I liked it. I liked it. You know, it wasn't like meh. It was okay.
Yeah.
But it felt like a $200 million good episode of a series.
Yep. I agree. Hey.
And the thing is that then I'm watching the reviews from you, from Campia, from The Real Rich, from everybody that I always listen for Thor: Love and Thunder, and they are saying the movie is meh. I mean, the movie is like very, very silly. They are putting, you know, Thor naked so they can pretend to the women, and Natalie Portman is as powerful as Thor, and this and that and the other. And then I'm remembering Multiverse of Madness, and I'm thinking, do I really need to rush to the theater for this? Maybe I can wait for Disney Plus. No, I will watch it. I will watch it. But
the comics are based on days that set the world on fire anyway. So
my point is that I'm starting to think, as a Marvel fan, that I have all the Blu-rays. In Argentina, I have all the Blu-rays. That's right. Okay, so I have all the Blu-rays, and I'm starting to feel that I can wait for Disney Plus to watch a Marvel movie, and I don't think that's a good sign for Marvel. You know what I mean?
I am with you 100% about that. And I think that the problem is that those movies are too much up their own ass. Like Multiverse of Madness was, the problem with Multiverse of Madness was it really wasn't about anything other than, it was just about Marvel. And the same thing is true of Star Wars and Star Trek. It's like Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which I do not understand, is so far up its own ass. When they do an episode, the finale of season 1 is literally they replay an episode of the original series and put our characters in it. And I'm like, that's not your show.
and they all Paul Snyder's estate a ton.
I mean, and not only that, they only replay half the show. And it, to me, one of the great things about the original episode is it proves my theory that there are no villains in Star Trek, there are only antagonists. And one of the great things about this episode that they ripped off, that they completely did not get, is, and you can see this, so they replay an original Star Trek episode. Gilbert, why do you have to do that? They replay an original Star Trek episode. But one of the great things about that particular episode is it gives us insight into our antagonists, the Romulans. We get to see them. We get to experience them. And in the episode, and they're noble, and they have reasons for what they do. It's very well done. In this episode, they make it exactly the same, except the Romulan story is changed, and they make the Romulans, one of the characters who was a very noble, interesting character in the original Star Trek, they make that character a complete douche, and he's fighting with his own commander and sells him out. And I'm like, that is a fundamental misunderstanding of the episode you're copying. Because the whole point of that episode, the entire point of Balance of Terror, is the fact that your enemy is doing something that his civilization has ordered him to do. Gilbert, stop. And in this Star Trek episode, they miss that entirely. And there's this great moment. It's one of my favorite moments in Star Trek ever, where the Romulan commander is talking to his best friend, the Centurion. And the Centurion's like, look, man, it's our duty. If we probe an alien race and we find out that they have a weakness that we can exploit, we have to do so. Honor demands we do so. And the Romulan commander says, but must it always be so? Like, why do we have to do it?
How many friends have we lost?
and then the Romulan commander goes, "Great, my gift to the homeland, another war." Because with their martial philosophy, the Romulans are probing for weakness. They found it, the Federation, and this Romulan ship has to like go back home and be like, "Well, the Federation, they're kind of chumps, so let's just march over there and take over." I mean, but the Romulan commander's like, why do we have to do that? Why? And he's questioning himself. And that is a fundamental underpinning of this episode. So in Strange New Worlds, the end of Strange New Worlds, they replay this episode. They revisit this episode. And they actually recreate shots in the camera. But the one thing they don't do is recreate the relationship between the Romulan commander and the Centurion. They're at odds, and the Centurion calls him up and sells him out. He's just a sniveling little mustache-twirling villain. And I'm like, you guys, in your desire to recreate this episode, have missed the most essential point of this episode. And all the Star Trek fans are like, oh my God, it's so great. I'm like, no. It's terrible because the people that wrote this episode didn't even understand what this episode was about. And I get pissed. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Major Grin did a video, or somebody did a video, where you're making the scene from Balance of Terror and where they just cut and pasted back at least half the script.
Yeah, well, they did. They did.
And also, just like, I don't think they screened the episode for the cast either, because the way Nimoy delivered his lines and the way he's affected is just totally different.
No, and but the real question is, why would you do that? You've got 10 episodes of a show. Why would you, as showrunners and writers, want to rip off an original Star Trek show? Or why? Wouldn't you want to write your own thing? And by the way, why not do Pike's version of Tapestry? Mm-hmm. Create a unique situation that's unique to Pike. That's unique
hard. That takes writing.
I know. And
that kind of thing. That's just cut and paste this better episode from 30 or 50 fucking years ago.
No, it was, and also the meaning of that episode was lost on the writers didn't get it. And the fact that they sacrificed the Romulan character, the Romulan commander, and they made his best friend at odds with him, it's like, wow, the most important, the most interesting thing, I mean, not the most interesting, but one of the most interesting things about Balance of Terror was that it humanized the villains. It showed the villains, and what they did in that episode, in the Strange New Worlds episode, was turn one of them into a sniveling, functionary, like quizzling asshole.
Because he's a villain. He's supposed to be.
I mean, and I was just like, when I watched it, I was like, fuck this show. Yeah. This show is stupid. And the fact is, they've bamboozled the audience. Everyone's like, oh, it's so good. I loved it so much. I'm like, you know what? You guys have all been ensorcelled by everything. That final episode should prove to you these writers, Henry Alonso, and look, I don't know them, and I'm good. You guys are getting paid. But you know what? You are dumb. You're writing bad shit. And you shouldn't. So many
writers will do a class action lawsuit now.
Oh my God! And you know what? If you're gonna rip off somebody who wrote a Star Trek novel like Dorothy Fontana, or if you're gonna rip off Ursula K. Le Guin, just say so. Give him credit.
I'm waiting for Harlan Ellison's Ghosts.
By the way, there's no credit given. There's no credit given to the writer and the director of Balance of Terror. They stole his shots and they stole the script.
That's fucking actionable, though. That's the thing, Come on, Goodman. You work Star Trek.
Well, I talked to David Goodman about all this stuff, and it's all owned. They can get away with it. But you know what? Why would they want to? I mean, I don't understand. We now live in a world so there are things that are happening on this planet that I don't get. And one of them is, when you're working for Star Trek or Star Wars, why do you want to steal shit from other people? Why don't you write your own stuff? I know it's harder to do so, but like, I watched that Balance of Terror episode, and I know most fans love it. I'm like, these are lazy fucking writers. they came up with this gimmick that's supposed to, it's pandering to Star Trek fans. And not only that, they don't even understand what was so great about that episode. And then what I don't get is it has a very apocalyptic ending. And they introduce Kirk and Pike are like at the end, they're like, well, you know, they're having a drink together. I'm like, isn't there a war now? Like, aren't the Romulans sweeping into Federation territory, fucking our shit up? I don't know.
Probably
there is
the
not going to
creators-
be, unfortunately, a mass market version of the Concordance. That, you know, leadership has changed since then because they don't want to share any royalties or credit.
No.
That's what they're from Bijo. They're not going to do it. So, you know,
It's probable that the creators of the new
so
Star
there'll be
Trek
no
show,
mass
they are
market update
thinking
of the
about-
Concordance.
They are
That's it. No,
probably thinking about getting new fans that maybe they don't care about the old fans. They don't care about the people who've been watching Star Trek for 50 years. They just care about, oh, maybe we can get the young fans that don't know shit.
Well,
so
they're taking us for granted. We'll buy anything. Well, guess
Yeah.
what? We're not buying anything.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I
bought the Blu-ray for first season of Enola Dex. I ain't touching Discovery.
and no one else is either. The merchandising isn't doing well. One of the reasons Eaglemoss didn't survive. But I would say this. Star Trek, like everything, is a product of its time. And what we're getting now is a weird Frankenstein version of something that was created in 1964. And it was rejected. Then they redid it, and then they redid the pilot, and it was finally accepted in 1966. It debuted. 1966, 56 years ago, soon to be 57 years ago, and it's a product of a different time. And the idea, what's happening now is they've recreated it, but they don't get the fundamental principles of what it was in the first place. So we're watching a copy of a copy. The people that watch the people that are writing Star Trek now, I'm convinced are people that haven't actually, like, I'm working with somebody on a potential book, a Star Trek related book, and he's never watched Deep Space Nine. And the book is very much steeped in that lore, and I'm like, dude, we can't write this book without you having seen Deep Space Nine. And in a lot of people are like, oh, Star Trek is just the original series. I'm like, no, it's not. I mean, Deep Space Nine is 7 years of very interesting stuff. Yeah, I love that book.
Very book. What to do?
And it's a very weird. We live in a very weird time. I mean, Star Trek. I would dare say, modern Star Trek has no relevance at all. It doesn't mean anything to the modern age because it's either pandering to topics of the day, meaning it'll be dated in 3 or 4 years. Discovery is already horribly dated. Even when they went 1,000 years in the future, where they didn't change mankind at all, they're like, "Oh, man's just the same."
Well, it's always been political. No, not the way these guys are.
Well,
The broad issues. So it's like, yeah,
first of all,
touch
when you
on war, but they didn't have a original series version of LBJ.
well, they have
That's-
Stacey Abrams is in Discovery, and it's like,
That's
come
the
on.
thing. That's too. Nixon did not do a cameo on Star Trek.
No,
He showed
but-
up on Laugh-In.
But I think the real difference is that Star Trek has always changed to reflect the time it was made. However, it was also made to extrapolate on the time it was made. And now Discovery is a show that is dealing with today's issues head on in such a way that it's horribly dated the show.
Yeah, because they never got on the larger, broader moral issue.
In a
of it.
few years, nobody will
That's
care
why they did
about
make a
that.
show that's right.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why modern Star Trek modern Star Trek has nothing to say to our era today. It will not endure. And if you look at the shows in the 60s, the people that were writing those shows, whether it was Rod Serling in The Twilight Zone or Joseph Stefano in The Outer Limits or Gene Roddenberry and Star Trek, they understood that they were writing classical stories that were based on classical story structure that went back hundreds of years. And modern Star Trek is so steeped in today, it will have no staying power. And what's interesting is the stuff that people like, the character stuff, even they are characters of today. 2 years or 3 years or 4 years from now, they'll be irrelevant. And
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
The first Star Trek movie of this generation, for something, is the 2009.
Yeah.
And 2009 was only 4 years after Revenge of the Sith. I'm going to a point on this, all right? So Revenge of the Sith is a Star Wars movie that made a lot of money, even though it had bad reviews, but it's 2005, right? So is it possible, and you mentioned something about this many times, okay, Rob? Is it possible that the new creators of Star Trek thought, all right, we have a famous name, Star Trek, we have ships, we have space, we can make a lot of money. We just need to make Star Trek Star Wars. And nobody will care because the real fans of Star Trek are too old, so fuck them. We need to make new fans, you know what I mean? The kids and all that. So we need to make... Now, they didn't care. It's not like they don't understand. I think they do understand, but they don't give a fuck. That's my opinion. I think they just needed a known name that is in space, that have ships with the possibility of big budgets and big explosions and all that. Let's make Star Trek, Star Wars, so let's make Paramount rich, and we can make our own franchise and all that, because it's too convenient, or maybe it's a big coincidence that the first Star Trek new movie came, maybe it was conceived 1 year or maybe 2 years after Revenge of the Sith. You know what I'm getting with this?
Rob? Oh yeah, no, totally. And I will answer that. By the way, I just want to say Nightcrawler sends in a super sticker, which is very funny. I don't know the names of these super stickers, but that is a good super sticker. It's very good. And Jashan Cater says, do you also, this is good for the two of you. Let me ask you this, Jashan, this is a good question. Do you have faith with Marvel's current plan? Also, Rob, your voice is absolutely glorious, sir. I love you and cheers. Sorry, late to the show. Well, let me just say.
What is Marvel's plan? That's what I'm gonna
I don't, well, I have to give, Jashan, let me just tell you, I very much appreciate the fact that you like my voice. And thank you for saying so.
Thank you for turning the love.
By the way, that's my ASMR voice. Good night, everyone. I hope you sleep well and dream things that you'll make possible. No, anyway. So Jashan, he asked. Jashan asked a question. We'll move away from Star Trek. That's a good question. He says, "Do you have faith with Marvel's current plan?" Well, I would say this. I mean, I like Marvel movies. Like I went and saw Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and I liked watching it. But I have to say this: what I didn't like was I did not like the fact that they introduced the Illuminati of World 818, and then Wanda walks in and kills all these people. I'm like, those people are all douchebags, and I'm like, you have Professor X, you've got Captain Marvel, you've got Reed Richards. They were all just wiped out in one sequence. And I'm like, there's no, so why should I then believe that any of them can fight Wanda? They can't. Like, and I'm like, why did you have to do your 818 Marvel heroes dirty like that? They were the Illuminati. Like, wouldn't they have planned for every eventuality? I mean, didn't Reed Richards know that a Wanda from a different reality could show up and kill them all? Apparently he didn't. Like, I hated the fact that multiverse, like, all those people were douchebags. And that bothered me because I'd never been bothered The Marvel Cinematic Universe has always presented us with great characters that were really smart. They might have been flawed, but they were really smart, and they didn't make stupid mistakes.
Well, the
And
events need setup. You think?
I know, but it was so dumb. I'm watching these characters; they all just fucking got eliminated in a 10-minute sequence. I'm like, you people are stupid, and I didn't like it. And after that happened, I checked out of that movie.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, you set up the multiverse. You gave us all these characters, and like, wow, it was so cool. Look at that, it's Professor X.
Finally, Reed Richards. After all these years, what the hell did you?
Yeah, and then he gets turned into spaghetti. I'm like, fuck that. I was out. Like, I liked it. I liked the Sam Raimi-ness of it. But once that happened in one moment in one room, I'm like, don't give a fuck anymore. I was completely.
Can I give you an
That's
opinion?
why they're constantly trying to do
no.
Dark,
Please do.
Dark Phoenix all the damn time.
I will give you my opinion about the faith that I would have on Marvel future. All right. Now, this is something that started bothering me a long time ago because of the famous fake deaths of the fake death movie universe, Marvel, whatever. This is my point. When I saw Infinity War, at the end of the movie, when Thanos appeared on Earth, you know,
Right.
at the end of the movie, I felt dread. I felt this guy is unbeatable.
He will
I
fuck
felt-
us up. Yes.
Yeah. Now I felt that, and it's not only that Thanos was such a
That
very
Andy,
good
that's such a
character.
good point that you felt dread. And by
Right,
the way, you felt dread because it was earned.
Right.
It was
exactly.
earned over multiple films. It was earned.
Yeah.
Over multiple
They
films,
set it up right. They built up to it. Yeah.
and also that entire movie. When you watch that movie, you're feeling, oh my God, nobody's going to beat this guy.
Right.
Nobody can beat this guy. So when you feel that, and then all of a sudden this guy appears on Earth, he was going all around the universe, going to with the Infinity. Earth was safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this guy was very far away, and now all of a sudden we have all the Avengers. He's fighting a war.
Like,
And then
hello.
when the war is
And
done,
he's not just on Earth, he's in fucking Wakanda. He's
Right.
in like Wakanda's supposed to be
the war is
unbeatable.
done, and many people have been killed already. This guy appears, and remember the score when Thanos appears on Earth. The dun dun.
Oh, it was fucking dope. It was so good.
When I listen to that score and I see Thanos in all his greatness appearing in all the Avengers, you can see the fear in all the Avengers' eyes. You can see the fear. You can watching, Mark Ruffalo's character, Bruce Banner saying, "That's him." And when he says that's him, I felt dread. I felt
Yeah, because he got the shit kicked out of him by that guy.
right.
Yeah.
And then he wins. But the thing is, and my point is this: I don't feel shit with the new movies. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, Andy? That is a great point.
I don't
It's a
feel
great-
shit.
And
I know Shang-Chi is a good movie. The fights are great. I know that Shang-Chi is a good movie, okay? I'm getting it. I saw the movie. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
The fight choreography is incredible. All the actors are great, but I don't feel shit I don't feel the dread. I don't feel that nothing is in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
That is a very astute, very correct observation. And as a matter of fact, of all the analysis that we've done on the John Campea show, I think you just codified the problem with Marvel Phase 4. There is no sense of dread. And I'll tell you why. Because when they do things, when fucking Arishem, the Celestial, appears above the Earth, he's twice the size of the Earth. He's standing above the UK. Oh, we will come back. I'm going to steal the Eternals, whatever. And then it's like, then he leaves. And the people of the Earth are like, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, we got deviants flying around. Like we half of us were snapped away for 5 years. You think some giant fucking celestial in space is gonna rattle my cage? The problem with Marvel is, I would say they have a cosmology problem. You've got ancient Egyptian gods sucking the souls out of people in Cairo and eating them, a mass casualty event. They're fighting above pyramids. Then you've got the Celestials. One's breaking out. The Celestials coming out of the earth. Like, did the ocean flow into the empty space where the Celestial was? He had to claw his way up from the... What's that about? Don't know. No big deal. You know, he's there in the Indian Ocean, but he had to have come out of the earth. You'd think that people would be concerned about that. Doesn't matter. Egyptian gods are fighting. Celestials are fighting. I mean, it all the stuff that happens. I mean, Thanos snapped half the world away for 5 years. And I feel that people are like, yeah, whatever. Even in Doctor Strange, he's like, well, you know, I was snapped away for 5 years. My girlfriend fell in love and got married. Whatever.
Well, remember, in the Infinity Gauntlet, that's a 6-issue series. The snap happens at the end of issue 1.
Yeah, I know.
They should have just frankly followed the rest of the things because the end, nobody died. Everyone brought back.
Well, I mean, it's
they undid the snap in about halfway through the issue 2.
But it just, I mean, I loved the fact that the way they did it. But I do think that now, like you said, the Marvel universe, even Thanos says it, dread it, run from it. You know, it will come get you. Yeah. Now, so much crazy shit happens. It's like, whatever.
And I can give you another opinion that will make another point I have. Remember the Martin Scorsese infamous quote about Marvel not being cinema?
Yep.
And that everything is like, fireworks and special effects and all that. I can tell you one thing that I agree with him and one thing I disagree in a particular way. The thing that I agree with him, with Martin Scorsese, is there is like fireworks trying to entertain us with very special effects and a lot of acrobatics and, choreography and all that. That is real. People are making stuff so we can be distracted with special effects and with colors and with stuff. But I disagree with Martin Scorsese saying that Marvel is not cinema, but I will go one step further. I believe Marvel is predictable cinema.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's so predictable, but I'm not saying that I know, okay, the new Thor movie is coming out. All right, I know the ending. No, I don't know the ending. I don't know what's the story and all that, but I know nobody important is going to die. I know nothing really bad will happen.
No offense, Natalie.
That is starting to annoy me to the fact that I think, why am I paying a ticket to go to the cinema to watch the ultimate special effects and a lot of, crazy, silly jokes about butts and people naked and shit like that, if I can watch it on Disney Plus? But if I want to watch a deeper movie, maybe I can go to see the new Batman movie, and I can watch, a movie that maybe something will happen. Maybe something that is really significant. When Alfred was supposed to maybe being killed in the new Batman movie, for a moment, and this is very different, for a moment, I truly thought they were killing Alfred.
Yep. Me too.
And because I thought that, I was like shaking. Because I said, they are killing Alfred? And that is not happening with Marvel, not by a long fucking shot. You know what I mean? So they are not making movies. They are making you feeling deep shit. They are just giving you surprises. And look, this actor, and look, this character from this comic from 1961 that maybe 30 people know about. And look all the special effects, and look the choreography, the fights, and all the shots. Yes, but I don't care.
No, I look, Andy. I
And
think
it's
you're.
in 3D.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you're 100% right. Well, listen, gentlemen, this has been a great conversation. I have to go to San Diego in mere hours. I have to drive 90 minutes down to San Diego from where I am now, and I have to go do Starship Smackdown. So, for those of you who might be watching this, or
the
if
crowd,
you're
you should leave about 10 minutes ago.
yeah, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I want to thank everyone for watching this panel. I want to thank or this talk. Tom Jr. Jackson is still here. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson and my moderating staff. This was fun. So Tom, thanks for moderating. I very much appreciate it. We are all goof people, Tom. I don't know if Darren Seal was here. I can't tell, but maybe he was. I don't know. I want to thank Captain Robert April and, of course, Andy from Argentina. Both you guys have been big fans of the channel, supporters and all that. And Robert April, one day you got to tell me like a couple days in advance. We should stream together on your channel.
Oh yeah, well,
you have to tell me beforehand. You
I
always send me links like
half the time,
you always send me links like today, like in 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, I'm not even home. I'm not even home. I would love to stream with you.
Well, when are you generally available? Because I can always change my. I don't really have them.
Well, I mean, working with John Campia, the days are between like from 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock are tough.
Yeah.
But at nights, you never know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring my own channel back.
Yeah. I mean,
But-
Mondays I've been doing the fan film thing, but I got a copyright strike because I ran an episode of The Lieutenant.
Oh.
And CBS was going on a tear, so I got to live that down.
Yeah, that's bad. But Andy, it was good to see you. Always a pleasure, and thanks again.
Yeah.
By the way, Andy did send me not Morbius, but Mobius.
Right.
It's not Morbin time; it's Mobin time. And if, by the way, if you ever get a chance to see it, this Argentinian science fiction film called Mobius, as in Mobius Loop, it's very interesting. I mean, is it the greatest movie in the world? No, but it's really interesting, and I thank you for sending it to me. I really enjoy having it. I now have it in my collection, so thank you. And I really appreciated the fact that you looked for it and sent it my way.
My pleasure, man.
And so thank you so much, Andy, for that. And that was very nice of you, and it means a lot. So thanks. I very much appreciate it. So listen, this has been a fun conversation. I didn't think that it's almost 4 a.m. U.S. time, but
I was able to stick around
Almost
once.
8 a.m. here in Argentina.
well,
It's 10 to 5. That's the sun's going to be up soon there.
I want to thank you both for being here. This is a fun hang. Really enjoyed it.
Is that a
and
chair next to you there? What is that? Yeah.
this right
It's
here?
driving me nuts. Yeah.
It is a chair. Here, look.
Okay. It took a while. Okay. Yeah. Okay,
Here.
now-
Hang on. Look at this. So, this. Hang on. Oops. Let me just. So, this is a. I just pulled out a bunch of drives. I hope I didn't. Oh shit. Oh well. But yeah. So this is in fact a chair. So, it's a mid-century chair, and yeah, it's a 60s chair, and I just pulled out all my software. It doesn't matter. It's whatever. All these drives, like, it's not like these drives were doing anything. But yes, that is a chair. A very expensive chair. A ridiculous chair I bought 15 years ago when I had lots of money, which I don't have now. Yeah, no, it's a very comfortable chair. Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell will be sitting in it when we bring Whining About Movies back. She'll be here. She'll have her own microphone and a camera on her, so that will all be good. So yes, this but it's full of, as you can see, I'm still moving stuff around. One day it'll all be ready to go.
Blu-ray collection, and I'm very curious. And you be promising us, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure Rob has seen his entire Blu-ray
You
collection.
no, and yeah, that's not very far away from the truth. The Blu-ray collection, you will see. I'm going to change the opening. I'm going to have it. You're going to see. I would say it's about 3,000 discs. Which
That's amazing, man.
no, I mean it's. But I was with my friend Bill Hunt. He's got like 20,000 discs.
I know, but I have 50, and
I'm
it's
afraid to
amazing
count how
for
many I
somebody
got.
who has 3,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean but what's funny, I have to tell you, what's so crazy. So in here, in this place, in the Rob Observatory, it's the new Rob Observatory. It's a garage, 2-car garage, which I've taken over, and there's a side room. But in this 2-car garage, so if you can see right now, like here, I'll go to full frame. So you can see that there are bookshelves here. Now imagine you can see 4 bookshelves, but now on either side there are 4 bookshelves total. So there's 2 more and 2 more right here. But then there's another 4 bookshelves over there, and there are 4 big shelves of Blu-rays over there, and Blu-rays and 4Ks, and then there's shelves, and then there's a 65-inch TV over there, and a surround sound system in here, and you're going to get a tour soon. Now that it's all, but what's so funny about this garage is it's old, like it was made in the 40s, and it feels like it might fall down. I mean, I don't know. So I've added all this stuff into it. It's fine, which I love. But
Good
Have
5-point
you-
earthquake, and
Do
you're
you
gonna.
have, do you have all the hot toys on display on that garage? Or you
well,
just have
yes. So as you know, I mean, there's 9 DF60 Modja cases. It looks like the Hollywood Squares. So there are 9 Modja cases, which, by the way, they're not entirely finished, so they're not full, because I just got drawers for underneath, which I have to put them in, and so a DF60 Modja DF is their biggest. So there's DF60s and DF120s, and DF120s are the full. They're so I'm still noodling with the Hot Toys display. Like, I don't even have a big Hot Toys display, like compared to Lael Rockwell, who I stream with. I mean, his DTOFs and all that go all the way. I mean, he's insane.
You have around 300 or something like that, right? 400 Hot Toys or something like that, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, well, Justin he must have 2,000 figures.
No, but
And I got this porridge guy from the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I probably have, I've never counted my figures. I probably have like between 200 and 300 6-scale figures that I like, and I would say Hot Toys probably, I honestly don't know, because I've been buying them for 15 years and I never really.
Now, every Hot Toy has like a huge box, and I believe you probably keep this box. Now, you have to have like a whole a space in your house only for boxes?
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
They're up there.
Okay, so those are, and these are all Hot Toys boxes.
Right.
And so you can see that this is so here you can see the garage.
So that's the answer.
Yeah, so I'm stacking them, and then I'm hanging models. Like I have the Martino Simone got me the Playmobil Enterprise, so
Right.
I'm going to be hanging that from there. And if you look like over here, it's hard. So like there's some model rockets I haven't hung yet.
Yeah,
But-
I've seen that sucker.
Oh, that's an Enterprise.
Oh.
That's an Interceptor E. It's not the
Oh,
red.
yeah.
It's twice the size of the original. So I'm glad that you recognize that. But actually, you know what? I got
USS rockets in my time.
Wait.
They're headquartered in Penrose.
I can't. Oh, Gilbert. The dogs are here. I can't even move. But yeah, so all the Hot Toys boxes, and I have to tell you, like when I see there's Hot Toys collectors in Hong Kong, they throw away their boxes because they don't have the space.
They are expensive. People just sell the boxes.
Yeah,
I know.
Oh, yeah.
and for me, I used to throw away my boxes, and then I was like, wait, I'm not supposed to throw away my boxes, and then I've kept them because they're kind of like artwork, you know, like when I have them, like putting them up above and then covering up the wood of the garage, so they become art, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've got so much of that. Like it's so like I've taken my laser discs and I bought frames for them, and I mean, like this Thor figure is gonna get sent out to one of the people that got 1,000 subscribers. So I have to send this. Somebody won it, so I'm sending that away. And you know, I have so much shit. I have so much stuff. Like
Because that's only Hot Toys and Blu-rays. Then you have all the DVDs and all the laserdiscs and all your books.
Oh
You
yeah,
have, like thousands of books.
yeah, it's insane. And but it's what I love about it though, like because I'll die here, I never have to move again. So I can put everything up and have it there, and I actually love coming in here because I feel like it's the inside of my brain. I'm like, oh, you know, and it's such a weird. I mean, it's such a. But then you look at it. I have to say, there's something that never used to depress me, but it depresses me now. So I go into a used bookstore, right? Like an old, and there are so many books that I have, like books that film books, you know, art books. I've got lots of art books, you know, and I see them in these used bookstores, and I'm like, I have to have these books, and I've collected them, and you know, I've had them for years, and film books, as if I'm the only person in the world who has them, you know, but I'm not. And not only am I not, but these books are
in a museum, museum.
But these books are in the used bookstore, and no one's bought them.
Right.
They're still there, and I'm like, and it's not that I needed. Like I didn't buy the books because I wanted to sell them later. I bought them because they mattered to me. But what's depressing is like I have lots of books about various filmmakers. Like I've got a couple of great books on Wong Kar-wai, or I've got a David Lean, or you know, even Michael Mann. I've got modern film books, but no one cares anymore. They just don't care. Like all the filmmakers, I love Paul Verhoeven, like Toshin Books made all these awesome photo books about these great directors. No one buys those books anymore. They don't care. Like when I was growing up, you know, Michael Mann, when Heat came out in 96, everyone had to go see it. Now you ask any kid today, Michael Mann, they don't fucking know. I'm like, you don't know Michael Mann?
Right.
You don't know Last of the Mohicans? You don't know Heat? Thief? Manhunter? You don't know.
Flashing back to the scene at Toys R Us and Free Enterprise. Rather than the kid, you know, what do you mean? You bet you thought Star Wars Star. You got Logan's Run, okay, yeah.
People don't know.
There he
Logan's
goes.
Run, people don't know.
There we go.
I mean, and that's the funny thing. I mean, all this stuff. I joke with Elizabeth. I'm like, one day I'm gonna die, and people you're gonna come in this room and be like, what the fuck is all of this shit?
It'll all be yours. Oh my god.
And I told her, I said, just throw a party, invite all my friends over, and just tell them they can take whatever they want. And if they want to donate anything to my funeral, fine. Just let them, because
I'll send you my address, okay?
yeah, because nobody will, and it's so weird because I look at all this stuff. Even I have stuff that, like, okay, I'll show you something that's really interesting. So, shit, my dogs are asleep. I don't want to disturb Gilbert. Here, I gotta move out of here. You'll love this. So. When I was a kid growing up, my grandfather had this copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, that was his, was printed. I mean, it's got artwork in it. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. It was printed in 1931. Yeah, this was printed in 1931.
Wow.
And my grandfather, I mean, it's awesome. So my grandfather was an interesting guy. So every day I went to his house, and I went to his house every week as a little kid. I love books, and I would pull this out. I'd pull this book out, and I would say, Grandpa, can I take this book? Can I take it home and read it? And he would say, no, you can't. You cannot have this book. And he like had it in college or whatever. I mean, 1931. And I would look at it. I'm like, it's Jules Verne. To me, this was like the Ark of the fucking Covenant before I knew what that was. And I said, and he wouldn't part with any of his books, any of them. And if you let's see, if you look, you can't really, I can, hang on, I'll show you. So let's see, over this way, see, okay, if you see these books right here, those were all of my grandfather's books. William Makepeace Thackeray, Mark Twain, O. Henry, and it was all this entire Ernest Hemingway's short stories, a great book of Shakespeare. These were all these books that were in his den, in his house, and he would never let me have them. And I'm like, but I want to read Mark Twain. And so I would, but he wouldn't let me take them. So I'd read them when I was there, and including this. So when he passed away, he was 97 years old when he passed away. And I was holding his hand when he passed away here in Palm Springs. And then I went home to Seattle, and my mom, we had to like deal with the family house. And I went into the house. And the door was open. I ran into his den, and this was in 2008.
Oh man!
And I grabbed this book. I grabbed this copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and I said to my mom, I said, Mom, this is mine, and I'm taking this right now. And my mom's like, she was looking at me like, what?
What?
And I'm like, this book is my book. And she was like, I don't understand. Like, well, who cares? And I said, Mom, so 2008, I was born in 1967. So 68 to 78, 10 years to 88, 20 years. Well, yeah, to 98, 30 years to 2008. So 40 years. I said, Mom, for 40 fucking years, your father would not let me have this fucking book for 40 fucking years. And I know he's passed away into the great beyond, but this fucking book is mine. It is my book. And not only that, now I have all of his books, all the books I wanted to read. The Mark Twain, the O. Henry, the William Makepeace Thackeray, who wrote Barry Lyndon. I'm like, give me those fucking books. The Shakespeare book, the Ernest Hemingway book. And you know what? I read these books. And they're all from like the 30s when he was at Princeton. I'm like, fuck you, man. My grandfather, I loved him, but he would not let me take this book. He kept this book in his den for 40 years. He never touched it. He never touched it.
If this is not in the sequel to Free Enterprise,
I know, right? But who's laughing now? Ralph, I have your copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea from 1931. God damn it. And you know what? I would trade. You can take all my Hot Toys figures, everything. I have to say, this, they can bury me with this book. Because this was a book, like literally, I wanted this my whole life. I wanted this for my whole life. And it was forbidden for me. My grandfather, for whatever reason, just didn't want me to. Like, what grandfather wouldn't be like, son, Come on, Bobby, take that book. He wouldn't give me shit. And by the way, he was the most generous man in the world, but nothing in his den. His little tiny den with his books. I'm like, you haven't touched these books since you went to Princeton. You're 97 years old. Can I have this? No. I have it now. I mean, I don't know what that means. What does that say about me? I'm a materialist?
No.
Like
You know what's funny?
There's better show up in the movie.
The funny thing is, I'm the only person in the world on planet Earth. This is just another book. Another book. But for me, this represented something I couldn't have. Like, my grandfather was so generous. Money, his time. He was the greatest guy in the world. But if I walked into his den, which is a small room in his house in Seattle, anything, he would not let me have it. He didn't even like me touching it. When I would pull this out, every time I went to his house, I would just pull it out and hold it in my hand. I'm like, this is a copy of Jules Verne's. It's not a first edition. It's probably not worth anything. But it took me 40 fucking years before I could have this book. And all of this shit in here, you can take it all. But this, I'm going to be buried with this.
Amen.
Which is kind of a weird thing, really, when you think about it. It's kind of a weird, late night, 4 a.m, you never know what you're going to learn here in the Robservatory.
Oh, boy.
But, and by the way, I have his entire collection of all the great books that he had. He didn't read them. He was not a reader. I never saw him read a book my entire life. My grandfather died at 97. When I was born, I think he was 50. And it's like, what the fuck? You didn't even read. You got Mark Twain. You got these great books. And I was constantly, like, he was always, he would come into my den or I'd be at his house. He's like, what are you doing? I'm reading. I'm reading a little O. Henry, Grandpa. They're like Twilight Zone stories. And my grandfather's like, why are you reading my books? And I'm like, have you ever read them? Never said anything. They're all here, though. And I love that. I pull them out all the time. Mark Twain, hell of a writer. Probably a newsflash to everyone, but my God, I have his entire complete works published in 1931. Yep.
So no.
And he just put out his autobiography this past couple years.
I know, right?
Those Henrys are finally dead.
And I know that's a funny thing, but it's true. This is funny. But now it's depressing. You go to like old bookstores. Somebody might buy this. Maybe this version of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Someone's going to write me and go, Rob, that's worth $10,000. But you know what? $10,000 will go away in a couple of months. I'm not going to sell this. I'm going to actually be buried with this. I'm going just because it represents time and it represents perseverance. It's pretty great. It's Charles Scribner and Sons, 1931. You gotta love it. It's pretty great.
Gotta be worth a few bucks.
And what's cool is it has illustrations in it.
Yeah.
And it's very cool.
I mean, I got a copy of that book, but it's not that edition. It's a paperback from the 70s, I think.
Yeah, right. It's not from 1931.
No.
And you didn't get to touch it every time you went to your grandfather's house, and he wouldn't give it to you. Like, and that was the funny thing. I mean, it was such a weird thing. My grandfather was such a generous guy. He gave me everything I wanted. You know, he was very good. He was great. You know, he had money. He was he wasn't totally wealthy, but he was wealthy. And it's not like I asked him for anything. He didn't give me money or buy me a car or anything like that. But he was always taking care of us. But this book, he wouldn't give it to me. And I'm like, you don't even care about this book. You don't even know who Jules Verne is. You haven't seen. No, it was very weird. It was a very weird thing. It was the one, all these books, I have 3 shelves of these books. And I every time I went to his house, I picked up these books because I read a lot. And I was like, why does he even want these books? Just give them to me. I was like, I'd read them. I'm like, you have every Mark Twain book he ever wrote. Just give them to me. But he wouldn't. It's such a, and you know what? If I had a grandkid and he came in here and wanted me to give him shit, I'd say, fuck off. You don't get shit. You don't get anything. Nothing.
40 friggin' years this book, you're gonna win.
But actually, that's not true. I mean, I am very generous. I give away shit all the time. I'm like, here's the thing that I think is very odd. So, I look around. I have Stephen King books that I bought in the 80s. Like my copy of It, my mint condition copy of It. I bought it in 1986 when it came out. 1986. It's a book that's almost 40 years old. I've been carrying it around, which means that no one has read it but me since 1986. And I have it. I'm looking at it on my shelf. I'm like, oh, that's awesome that I have it. It's mint condition. What the fuck? It's a book. It's meant to be read. For 40, almost 40 years, I've stopped people from reading it. Why do I have it? Why is it on my shelf? So I can be like, look, I read it in 1986.
Now you know where it comes from.
Yeah, like somebody's going to walk in here and be like, no one's going to care. They don't care. And yet I have all these books. And like I could probably tell you where I bought all of them. But I'm like, no one's reading them. Collecting books is a fool's errand. You're not allowing whether they're comic omnibuses, like, oh, I have to get this comic omnibus because I read it 6 different times. Like, look, I look at my absolute editions, Alan Moore's Swamp Thing, Neil Gaiman's Sandman, Transmetropolitan, The Walking Dead, you know, Absolute Batman Hush, all these great comic shows. I've read them. Why do I have them? Why do I collect them? Why are they there? Shouldn't somebody have them that hasn't read them yet? Shouldn't they be passed along? What's the point of keeping them all?
I think that maybe they inspire you.
Comics in the storage I can print.
They do. They do inspire. No, they do. And I have to say, they do. Andy, you're right. They are an inspiration.
It's like your hot toys. Why do you have those figures? They don't do anything. Yes, they remind me of what is behind them.
Yeah,
you know?
well, that's true. And I will say this. The way I display them, I go for the movie poster displays where you create like a tableau, you know, and you try and make it look, so when you look at the figures, there's an action happening. You know, it's kind of like my 6-scale band that's right there. So I've set them up. There's speakers and and it's like they're playing, and then Vampirella is their groupie. But you know,
the gray suit and what looks like he's sitting in the command chair.
But yeah, and so that's Michael Corleone. That's a god. Okay. That's the Godfather. I haven't. He keeps migrating. I haven't. That shelf's gonna be full of Space 1999 Eagles.
Is that an easy chair? Or is he in the command chair?
No, that's an easy chair.
Okay.
But it gets down to the fact, like, yes, it inspires you, all these various things, and it's fun. Like when people walk in here, they're like, "Wow, this is so cool," and I'm like, "Yeah, but don't touch that. Can I borrow? Can I borrow this book? No." No, you can't. Hey,
but you offer your Blu-rays to Campia every time. Would you like to borrow my Blu-ray? Come on, man.
He doesn't ever. And he has a PlayStation 5 with a disc player in it. Yeah. It's like, dude, come on now.
Yeah, but the thing is that I have posters, framed posters here because it's cheaper than hot toys in Argentina. So I also take the posters that I hang on my studio here because I look at the posters where they have rock stars or movies or whatever. They inspire me. That's the reason. It's not also just for decoration. They inspire me. They make me remember of a movie, of a song, of an artist, and they inspire me when I try to create art. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, it's funny. Even these displays, like, these bookcases are just Billy bookcases from IKEA. They're not expensive, but when you put them up together like this, you know, like you can see. I'll go full frame, so you can see behind me. It's so much fun. I mean, it's not all done, but it's so much fun to have all this stuff here, and you can arrange it, and it becomes a thing. And even behind you is a backdrop, and I've got lights I'm gonna put up and colors that I'm gonna have. I mean, it's like you said, it's inspiring, and the funny thing about it is, like a lot of this shit, that It book, I did buy it in 1986.
Yeah.
So a lot of the stuff that, like my paperbacks behind me, some of those I bought in the 70s. It's just, and I've kept them. They're all in good shape, and it's.
But when you look at them, you remember when you bought it, when you read it, and you remember that, and you start memorizing and say, "Oh, that was such a nice thing."
Well, I got my copy of the World of Star Trek I got in '73.
Yep. Oh, I'll tell you, I just was. So there's a British horror author named Graham Masterton, and he wrote The Manitou that was turned into a 1977 horror film, and he wrote a book, the sequel, Revenge of the Manitou, which I actually have the paperback right over there, and when it came out, I asked the local bookstore, you know, there's no Amazon, you had to order books, and I would see that there were books in the back of other books, and like, buy this book. And I ordered Revenge of the Manitou like 3 months before it came out. And that paperback over there, the day it came out, I rode the bus. I think it was like 11. I rode the bus to the bookstore, to Island Books, walked down, I bought Revenge of the Manitou. Took the bus home. And I spent all day reading it, and for whatever reason, I mean, had great sex and violence in it. And my dad kept coming in. He's like, "Son, do you want to go out and do something? I mean, are you okay?" And I'm like, and I read the entire book in one sitting. And I'm like, "No, Dad, I'm fine." I'm like, you know, women are getting, you know, there's sex and killing. It was the best thing ever. And I'm like 11, like, yes. And my dad was just happy I was reading books. You know, what kid at 11? Well, I guess my son's interested in books. I'm like, no, I'm interested in the fucking and the death. Come on, Dad. Of course, I couldn't tell him that. There's lots of fucking in this, and people are dying horribly. It was awesome.
But it's a book, so it's okay.
Yeah, and my dad's like, as long as you're reading, son. They had no idea. And this past week, unfortunately, my dad's sister, my Aunt Barbara, 96 years old. She passed away this week. And she also bought me many of the horror paperbacks that I have behind me. And she told me a story once, and it's funny. She had a very distinct voice. But she would buy me books. That was her thing. She liked to buy me books for my birthday or the holidays. And for my birthday one year, I had read... this British horror author named James Herbert wrote a book called The Rats, a lurid paperback about killer rats. And he had written all these other books, but I had never read them. And I said to my aunt, and again, I was like 11, and she's like, "Well, Bobby, what books do you want for your birthday?" And I said, "Well, Aunt Barbara, I'd really like to get the rest of James Herbert's horror novels. You know, The Rats is great, but I need like The Fog and The Dark and Survivor." And she said, "Well, send me a list." And I literally like sent her a list in the mail. Like I made a list and I had to put a stamp on it. And she goes to the bookstore and she buys these books, and she gave them to me for my birthday. And I opened them up in front of her, and she's like, "Well, Bobby, I just want you to know the woman at the bookstore asked me how old you were and if it was appropriate that you bought these, if these books were, so you should buy them. Is it good?" And I said, I'm like, no, Aunt Barbara, they're about monsters, you know, werewolves and vampires and ghosts. And she's like, oh, she had no idea how explicit, how the sex and violence. And I was thinking, well, that woman at the bookstore, she knew what she was selling. And, you know, so God bless Aunt Barbara. She passed away this past week at 96. Shiva's tomorrow for her. And, Yeah, but she, and I feel kind of bad because I was kind of bamboozled. I'm like, there's these science fiction books that I'd love to buy, and of course, like Stranger in a Strange Land, which had free love going on in it, and anything I could do with sex and violence, I would make my aunt buy me. She had no idea. So shout out, cheers to you, Aunt Barbara. God bless you. I hope you're in a better place.
Used bookstore used to be down like Broadway and Colfax vicinity. The area's totally changed like 5 times since then. But I used to go down time to pick up my copy of Starlog, and they had so many books down there. I wish I would have gotten like issues of Trek. Okay,
Oh yeah,
the actual magazine, not the best of Trek.
Yeah, no, and I love me too. I mean, it was hard to find. By the way, Tom Jr. Jackson says, "Have a safe ride and get some sleep, Rob." I will, but my God, it's. I've been talking about books. I get all excited. How can I go to sleep?
We probably should wrap this up.
All right. Yes.
All
Okay.
I'm planning on doing is just light block on my Enterprise back here because.
Well,
stupid
Captain
Twitter
Robert
asshole.
April and Andy from Argentina. I think I'm going to end this show. We've been going for 4 hours and 23 minutes. First of all, I want to thank you, gentlemen. This has been a fun hangout. I don't know if, I want to thank all of you for being here, and I thank my moderators and thank everybody for supporting the channel via super chats, tips, memberships. Very much appreciated. But this was a fun night. I feel like we were just hanging out drinking beer at the local pub. One day I'm going to go to Argentina, Andy. I'm going to come find you.
You come,
And Captain April, you're in Denver now?
Yeah, Denver suburbs. Really. Unfortunately, Starfest Denver has had its last laugh. So, but they're still doing the Fan Expo, which used to be Comic-Con.
Yeah, they'll do stuff there.
Yeah, someone's got to take up the slack, I guess.
Well, listen, and shout out. He's not been with us since 2008, but Grandpa, I have your book.
Yeah, she's got your book. Yeah,
It's like George C. Scott. Rommel, I read your book. Like
you
in Patton.
magnificent bastard! I read your book.
I read your book, and here it is. And it's one of my most prized possessions. Watch, someone will break into my house and they'll just steal this.
No,
Like,
man.
oh, you fucking dudes. They'll walk in here and they'll be, we don't want these books. Somebody will be like, yeah, but there's one book we want. Let's just take it.
No.
Leave a Polaroid of the book. Yeah.
Yeah, so bad. Well, gentlemen, everyone watching, I mean, still, right now, we've got 156 people watching from around the world. I want to thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be at Starship Smackdown. It's 4:25. I got to get up in like 3 hours and feed the damn dogs. I'm going to be a wreck. But either way.
You're going to be awake for this, man? Come on.
Yeah, I have to drive 90 minutes to get to San Diego.
And
So-
you'll be there
a
in
video
the
of that
bottom, you'll be
panel.
like this.
Yeah.
What a video of that panel.
No, it's
What's happening with Rob?
Oh,
no. I'll be online. I'll be all good.
is
And,
Rob drunk? No, he's sleep deprived.
yeah, but no, this was fun.
drunk later.
I woke up this morning. I was not in a good state, and now I'm in a much better state. But now I'll go sleep, and even the dogs, they don't usually. I mean, I've got my dogs; they're sacked out. They're totally asleep, but they'll come with me. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to say goodnight to all of you, and
Man.
Andy from Argentina, Captain Robert April in Colorado, outside of Colorado. By the way, say hello to your lovely lady. And Andy, say hi to your lovely lady who's a hot Venezuelan girl, which is all
right.
good.
Yeah.
And good to see you again, gentlemen. And I want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out for Midnight Metal, Midnight Musings. And Dave Parker, I'm sorry I talked about Star Trek. I know, I've perverted the show. But I will see you all later.
One day I'll tune these
Remember, yes, well, I'll do that later. I will see you guys later, all right?
All right.
Well, that was great fun. I want to thank Andy, and I want to thank Captain Robert April for being on the show. It's so funny to sit here now. I'm like, uh-oh, I'm all self-conscious. Thank you all for being here. And if, by the way, you're in San Diego tomorrow at 2:45, Look us up. Starship Smackdown, the 20th anniversary edition. My God, can you believe it? At any rate, it's so late, and I'm rambling on. I can't even begin. I actually should put the camera lens down. I don't even know what's happening right now. I'm so tired. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to all of you, well, I guess have a better night, have a better day, have a better anything. And remember, there is awe and wonder everywhere you look. You just have to look for it. Right?